Alrighty, I think the stream is live. Let me just double check. Yeah, should be. Still love this opening so much. Yeah, when those drums kick in, it's just amazing. But anyway, let's hop into the game. Hello everybody, this is ZZ1000ZZ, and today I am continuing my No Gun Run in Parasite Eve, and we're going to see how far we can make it up the Chrysler building. At the end of our last video, we had made it to floor 11, defeating the floor 10 bucks. Of course, we had to come back to the police station to drop off items, so... yeah, we probably don't need this many healing items, but it's fine. Worst case scenario, we'll just throw them away as we progress up the building. By the way, yes, we do want 2 armors. That is because there's an armor swap trick in this game. Their mana regeneration rate goes down as you progress through a battle. It's not so much progress, but as the battle goes on, your mana regeneration rate goes down. If you swap your armor or die and come back to life, the rate resets. So I try to always have at least 2 armors on me. No. And it doesn't really matter how strong the second armor is because you should be swapping between them so fast that at worst, realistically, you probably shouldn't get hit at all, but if you do get hit, it's probably only like once, and it should be worth it. Wait. Why am I trying to take the stairs? We have a key that lets us take the elevator up to floor 10. Now, we are level, I think, 24. In the process of going up the first 10 floors of the Chrysler building, we only gained like 600 experience, so here's hoping that we gain a lot more as we go up the next 10 floors. Speaking of which, there is a real argument that I should continue playing the main game until I get right up to the end. That way we get as much experience as possible before going up to the Chrysler building. And realistically, I'll probably have to do that no matter what. But it's just interesting to see how far we can go as we currently are. Also, in our last run, we started following what I called the right-hand rule, which is a way of navigating mazes where whenever you're in a maze, you can put your right hand on the wall, to your right, obviously, and just walk wherever you have to go to keep your hand on a wall. And for the most part, it seems to work really well. It said there was one pathway we ignored, so we might wind up having to backtrack a ton if that pathway is where either the stairs or the treasure room are. Wait. Something seems off. Did I? Oh my god, I know what I did wrong. Okay, this is embarrassing. We're on floor 10. The boss was to the right. Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna try not to use the speed up function whenever I can, but for some reason I thought we were already on floor 11. Yeah, that elevator took us to floor 10. Floor 10 is the floor the boss was on. That is why this treasure room will have already been looted. So yeah, we've already cleared this floor, and that's why there haven't been any random encounters. Yep, okay. The right-hand rule does seem to work pretty well, but it's intended to be followed from the entrance of the maze to the end. So, because we started at a midway point, it was going to take us back to the entrance, and then it would have looped us back around to the exit. Yeah, here's Portland. Cannot believe I walked that far back in the wrong direction. Anyway, you can tell we are on a new floor because of the music. And let's see, right now we have 4,417 XP. I'll be curious to see how much experience we get from our next battle. Okay, so we dead end here, which means we would now be following the east wall, which is about to become the north wall. Ah, that's a lot of snakes. There's also, I think that's a monkey. Oh, it doesn't die in one hit. Good to know. It does die in 2 hits though, so that's pretty manageable. We did get hit twice, so that's going to cost us some bonus points. But only 2 hits means we should still get a decent chunk of them. So we're at 4,393. We're at what? 4,417 before, I think. So yeah, I think we only gained like 26 experience from that battle, so not very much. By the way, I do expect to find Club 4 somewhere on this floor. And if that's, or not on this floor, but in the next 10 floors. And if I'm right about that, that'll give us a nice boost to our damage. Plus, it will let us steal items without there being an attack power penalty for doing so. But yeah, that's the main item I'm keeping an eye out for right now. Alright, just a regular old tool. Oh, a monster. I mentioned in our last video that we'd have to be mindful of this. Sometimes the chests can actually be mimicked. Oh my god, they must hit pretty hard then. Because he was hitting as hard as... Oh my god! Like, we have a revive, but that's our only revive. I didn't know they could hit that hard. Yeah. Okay, new plan. We're going to... Yeah, we're going to progress the main story a little bit. I didn't know any enemies on these floors could hit that hard. Granted, mimics are kind of an exception. So... Wow, that really took me off guard. I didn't expect to see an enemy that could hit me from, like, 200 plus damage already. Once we get some more levels, it won't be that big a deal. The biggest problem there is just that if we're below something like 250, maybe 200 health, he can kill us. And that's a pretty big problem. But if our health pool is, say, 500, it'll be a much smaller problem. Alright, so I guess we do have to go back to the main story for a little bit. Where last we led off, we were at the point where we have to hunt down Eve. And we don't know where she is. So first off, we'll go to the warehouse to pick up a couple items. Top wants to run away from his assignment because he's afraid. The dog that's brave and wants to stay. Ellie. Oh, I didn't realize her name was Ellie. Aw. So Ellie and Shiva, that means both police dogs that get a name were females. Cool. Okay, we don't care about a gun at this point. But we do want to come in here and grab an armor. Now, normally this is a really good armor, and I recommend you get it as soon as you have access to the warehouse, even if you don't want to do this dungeon. Where is that chest, though? Oh, duh, it's right here. Yeah, normally I would just get this as soon as you possibly can, because it's really good. But for us, since we're in a New Game Plus mode, we don't really need it. But you might, wait, no, I just realized it's the same armor we're currently using. So yeah, we got this in our last playthrough, and that's what we've been buffing. So yeah, now that we have a second copy of the same armor, let's consume this armor for its stat boost. Okay. And then we will want to go to Soho. And from there, we'll have to go to the sewers. And they may be a bit of a pain. Big thing about the sewers is we're going to have to fight bats. Normally, they're a lot worse, but in New Game Plus, we should one-shot them, so that should help. Before we get to the bats, though, we do have to go through some cats. Oh, wait, not Soho, Chinatown. I'm sorry. I don't know why I was mixing up Soho and Chinatown. And there are a few items in here. I don't know that any of them are going to be very useful. We can get the club free, which I think will transfer like 1 or 2 attack power over to our main weapon. Other than that, though, I'm not sure if there's anything useful. Now, these cats are some of the most annoying enemies in the game for me, because I have such a hard time figuring out how to dodge their fireball attack, and or how to hit them with the club. Even in a regular playthrough, I mostly give up on it. The more I fight them, the more manageable they do seem, but I still have a really hard time figuring out how to hit them. With a club, at least. Okay. Now, that one fight gave us more experience than we gained in the entire first 10 floors of the Chrysler building. So that shows why going through the main game can be beneficial. I think I might have missed a couple chests in the last screen. I don't remember for sure. Now, one interesting thing about these cats is that fireball attack can be really hard to dodge, but they don't seem to use it if you stay really close to them. Instead, they seem to just use a physical attack, which, I mean, to be fair, isn't really any easier to dodge, but... Actually, I guess it is easier to dodge. Like, you saw me dodge it there really easily. There's the dodge. Ah! Too slow. No! Yeah, the problem is the way they move makes it so you can't really queue up an attack based on where they are. You have to queue up an attack based on where they're going to be. And that can be really tricky to figure out. Okay. Oh, yeah, I definitely missed some stuff in the previous screen. There should have been 2 chests, and I didn't grab them for some reason. Okay, that's another gun. We don't really care about that. I keep thinking this is a chest we can open, but apparently not. Huh? I thought somebody told me there was a tool in this room, but I've never been able to find it. Hmm. Well, let's go back to the previous screen to see what items I missed. I really only care if they are armor or stat boost. Yeah, we do have to fight these guys in. Fortunately, our damage is high enough that we 2-shot anything we come across, if not 1-shot it. So that helps a ton. Ah. Oh wait, it moved up and left instead of just up, so it stayed close enough to hit him. Nice. By the way, I had so much more trouble with these guys the first time I was doing this run a couple weeks ago. So I guess we are getting a little bit better at the game. That's cool to realize. Oh yeah, I tried to pick up that item and I must have been slightly out of line with it. Ooh, Parasite Energy Defense. Definitely want that. By the way, now that I think about it, one option in Chrysler building would be to skip the chest. That way I don't have to worry about fighting the mimics. And then I could just kill all the enemies, kill the boss. And then that would give me the key for the elevator. And from there, I could just go through the floors, picking up chests whenever I felt like it. Basically backtracking. I don't want to do that because that sounds really tedious, but it's a possibility. I mean, we're already starting the sewer section, so I think we'll go ahead and finish this out first. Yeah, I don't know why. I mentioned this in the last session. Daniel gave everyone walkie-talkies and made a point that we would be able to keep in touch with them. We never seem to use them. As far as I know, nobody ever uses them in the game. But here, Maeda just found a trail that might lead us to Eve, and he didn't, like, contact us to let us know, and that's so weird to me. I guess maybe the idea is he must have contacted us, that's why we had the option of coming to Chinatown at all. But if that's what they're going for, it is not conveyed at all. Oh my god, they're staggering their attack. If they wouldn't have staggered their attacks and they would have all attacked at the same time, this would be so much easier. Oh my god, we didn't one-shot the bat? No. That means we're gonna need 2 hits to kill bats, at least some of the time. No. Oh wait, that actually hit. How did the attack not hit me, though? Weird. I am sad to realize that I don't one-shot these things. Also, we're actually taking a non-trivial amount of damage. I was not expecting that. By the way, attacking while blinded is usually not worth it, but it is possible to hit enemies if they are in the right spot. With a gun, it's even easier. With a club, it's a very small window that you have to hit them in, but the way they move back and forth side to side, it makes it so difficult to gauge where to stand. I think if it wasn't for that or the blindness, like one or the other, the fights wouldn't be too bad. But the combination of the two, man, I will be glad not to have to fight more of them. It is interesting, though, that the bats we fought in Chrysler building were all getting one shot, even without critical hits, whereas the ones in here are not. Oh, wait, I didn't heal, did I? Oh, that's right. Auto heal kicked in and healed us a bit. I should have healed the fool, though. There's no reason not to. Yeah, that attack, I don't know how to dodge. It just seems RNG. But there may be some way to dodge it that I'm not aware of. But I am happy we dodged it, because I think that means we only got hit once in the fight? Or did we get hit twice? I wasn't paying too much attention. I'm trying to always be mindful of bonus point gains. I think it's this screen I want to go up in. I normally wouldn't bother going up at all, but there's a super tool in one of these. I think it's this one. And super tools are super rare, so can't tell where I need to stand to pick this up. I think I'm too far north. Haven't I walked? Like, I walked over it, right? Oh my god. I genuinely can't seem to tell where to stand. Oh, he got here. Okay. I'm pretty sure this isn't like some sort of bug. I think I'm just standing in the wrong spots now. What's going on? I'm gonna be. I had to stand right here, which I think was a little bit south of where I'd been standing before. But like, really? All right, that was definitely unexpected. Anyway, from here we want to go south. I think we have to go south like 4 screens, roughly. And that'll get us out of the sewers. And the nice thing is this route doesn't even take you through too many enemies. Oh, okay. That's one hit, unfortunate. Ah, run! Nope, we get hit again. Okay, 3 hits means we don't get any bonus points. I'm pretty sure. I've actually checked the stats on this monster, so I could be mistaken, but against most enemies, the most hits you can take and still gain any bonus points is 2. Against some, it is 3. I don't know if there are any non-boss enemies where you can get hit 4 times and still get bonus points. Okay, now we have snakes to worry about too. That's unfortunate. I want to get rid of the snakes first because they can poison and that will actually deal a lot of damage to us. Okay. Ah! Oh my god, we actually avoided it by pure chance. We did take a little collision damage there. Ow. And we got blinded. We might have actually took collision damage twice, I'm not sure. Yeah, we've been hit 3 or 4 times, I'm not sure which. I mean, we should still get bonus points from this, but it won't be quite as high as I'd have liked. But hey, we leveled up. And look at all those bonus points. We gained like 700 from this level. Now, that might seem like a ton. You're like, oh, you got a ton from all these enemies. No, that was mostly from all the enemies we killed on floors 2 through 10 of the Chrysler building. We fought a bunch of enemies there, and we got a lot of bonus points in the process, so... Try to keep it a nice roundish number. I like multiples of 4 and 5. Alright. Yeah, with us being level 25, that will help a bit in Chrysler building. Especially since we got those bonus points for another plus... I think we got 700 bonus points, so plus 7 damage. But then the level itself would have given us another 1, so... Leveling up, I think, will increase our damage per attack by 8. I mean, once you know how to get through the sewers, it's not too bad. But when you don't know the optimal route, it can definitely feel like a nightmare. Mind you, while I did take a really fast route and I made sure to get a super tool, there are a ton of items you can pick up in the sewers if you want to. So taking more time and exploring is completely justifiable. Here we get our second copy of Club 3. Oh wait, I hit the wrong button. Oh wait, the Club 3 doesn't have any attack boost on it? I thought it did. Huh. Oh well. So yeah, we've already removed this item. So I guess the Club 3 finding another copy really didn't do anything for us. We'll still keep it just in case. I was too slow. I was hoping I could close the gap and hit it before it hit me. But hey, we did one-shot it with what I believe was not a critical hit, so that's cool. Alright, we have a couple alligator mini-bosses that we can take down. I think they give us like defense +1 when killed. Or might be offense +1. I really do wonder what would have happened if the water supply had been contaminated by all that junk. I'm not sure. So we get 2 alligators here. I'm curious how tough they'll be. Last time we fought them, we actually got beat up pretty good. Yeah, part of the problem is the hitbox is tricky. Like, you have to hit them in the neckish area. And their bodies are so big, it can be difficult to line up melee attacks against it. Fortunately, they move pretty slowly, so once we got the first hit in, we were able to swing for a second. That just killed it. I'm curious if we would have killed it with 2 attacks if the second one hadn't been a crit. Not sure. By the way, I didn't even try to dodge. If you want to dodge those attacks, it's actually pretty easy once you learn how their patterns work. With a caveat of if you're fighting from range. If you're trying to fight them And close range with like a machine gun, it can actually be surprisingly difficult. Yeah. I don't actually care about the weapon I'm putting these in. I just don't want to carry stat boosting items for a weapon. So I'm dropping all of them into some random gun. Later on, we can use the tool to move those stats to whatever weapon I want. I do wish that clubs could get the stats from guns. There's so much attack, or even if not from guns, just the offense plus one items, it would make this run so much better. To be fair, clubs are surprisingly strong in this game. They swing slowly and they have a short range, so obviously they're not amazing. But once you get used to them, they're actually pretty effective. The big reason why is whenever you have a melee weapon equipped, your ATB bar fills twice as fast. And yes, I do know there's a chest there. I'm just doing this part first. Alright. We turn both pumps on, then we'll turn the power off to get rid of this annoying sound. Turn it off. Alright, so then we grab this chest and then we'll save. Now we are close to the disc swap section of the game, so we'll be needing to go to disc 2 soon. But I think we have one more boss before that happens. And this next boss is one of the worst bosses in this run. It took me quite a while to figure out how to fight it. And even after figuring out how, I still struggle a lot. But first we have a few items to pick up. I do think it's weird there's a save point back there in the sewers, and then there's another save point on this very platform. So you have two save points that you can go between without a single fight. I'm not sure why they did it that way. I feel like maybe there was supposed to be another fight somewhere. Like maybe that part where we were crossing through the sewer river. Maybe there should have been an enemy there or something. Not sure. Anyway, you need a key. Like, isn't that a chest? Am I crazy? To me, that looked like a chest. I guess it's like a bench? Okay. Well, there's definitely a chest here. Alright. Oh, I'm not looking forward to the next boss. That said, the next boss should be way easier than it's been in any of my other runs because I obviously have way higher stats, so that is something. And before we fight the boss, we're gonna have to fight like one mole, and there might be another enemy with it. Oh, there's two bats. Okay. Oh, we got blinded. I was gonna say right before we attacked, but it turns out our attack hit, so it was okay. I still would have preferred not to get blinded, but at least it worked out. But sweet, we are one-shotting bats now. Oh my god, that mole attacked twice that fast? The first time I ever did a no-gun run, I found moles really easy because I was able to just run up, hit them, and then run away. And I don't know how I did that without getting hit. I've never been able to replicate it. But I definitely was able to do it the first time I did this run. So I don't know what was different. I think there's like a certain timing window or angle that makes it work. But if so, I haven't been able to figure it out. For most enemies, I've gotten to where I kind of get how to dodge them, even if I don't always succeed. Moles are one. I think just because you only fight them in a couple spots. As far as I know, there's only like 2 screens in the entire game where you can fight a mole. And I think because of that, I just haven't learned their attack patterns very well. Let's actually heal up, because we have taken quite a bit of damage. It's kind of surprising how much damage we actually take. Given this is New Game Plus and I have souped up armor equipped. Ah, we got hit again. Yeah, there is a trick to this fight where if you stand in the exact right spot, you can bait him into leaping forward like that and he'll miss. But he'll keep doing it over and over. Or at least I think it's this enemy. No, wait, I'm thinking of the scorpion. Never mind. There's a scorpion like mini boss in the museum that I'm thinking of. Yeah, I remember now. Anyway, this first form isn't too bad, though it's a bit annoying. Mostly because it's hard to figure out the hitbox issue. Because of how its body is, well, the hitbox rather. Like that hitbox is way high up on its head. It can be very tricky to figure out where to stand so that you can hit it without the rest of the body bumping into you. Like there, you missed. Here, I think we hit. Yeah, okay. Okay, now we move to the second phase. And this is where things get really interesting. If I remember right, the attack pattern is target 4 goes first, then 1, then 2, then 3. So it'll attack. Okay, we avoided 2 of them. Yeah, attacking them as they rotate can be very tricky. We're not going to hit it if we go for it. Particularly that number, I think it's number 2, that was the real pain. Okay, so we avoided 1. Oh, we avoided 3 of them. That's huge. The most important one to avoid getting hit by is number 4, because it poisons. Number 2, I think, is the one we don't want to go for at all. And I'll talk about why as we go. But first, yeah, see how number 1, the attack box or the hitbox is right in the front? That's a good one to go after. Number 2, on the other hand, the hitbox is way in the back. That's a hard one to hit. Number 3 is also in the front, so should be fine to go after. Here we are. So we avoided them completely other than getting a little bit of collision damage as they rotated. Oh, we actually missed. There's the hit. Oh, no, I swung at the wrong one. I meant to just take some damage and then hit the thing, but I screwed it up. Okay. So we're going to do the armor swap trick to reset our regen rate. That way we can use Secure 3 again, because we want to heal up to full. Oh, wait. By being a higher level, to have more health and more regen rate would actually help a lot with this battle. I think normally if I was doing this, I would be like level 26 or so. Ah. Okay. And notice there, I just tanked the damage so I could get a hit in. That's often the easiest way to hit one of these things. If you time it just right, you can hit them as they're rotating, but it's a lot more difficult. And then against this last piece, I have never found a good way to hit it. For me, it's just mostly chance of I let it hit me, and then as it comes down, I can sometimes get a hit in. But see how we missed there? The reason we missed is its hitbox is in the back, but the collision box for it bumping into us is in the front. So if the front of it bumps into us, we'll get staggered, and then usually it'll move or whatever, and we won't hit it. But basically what happens is it turns so its front faces us, which puts its hitbox in the very back, far away from us. So its front is between us and the hitbox. Then, because the front does have a collision box, if we try to move close to the back to hit where the hitbox is, we'll trigger the collision box, take damage, and get staggered. Now, fortunately, we were tough enough that we were able to just straight up tank the damage and not worry about it. And we only needed 2 hits to kill it, so it went a lot faster than it normally does. Actually, we might have only needed 1 hit to kill it. I'm not sure. Whatever the case, what matters is we did beat it, and we beat it somewhat easily. In this game, sometimes what matters the most is just how high your numbers are. And with that, we just did pick up a few items, and then we will be ready to move to the next bit. Okay, yeah, I remember that item. Now, that armor is arguably worth keeping around for a while for this, the resist stiffness. It lets you avoid getting immobilized by like slow effect. And at some point it would be nice to put that on an armor, but for now we care way more about raw stats. So we're just going to consume it for 1 physical defense and 1 critical hit evasion. The reason being, as we go up the Chrysler building, we will find better armor than what we currently have. And so I don't want to have to keep moving around bonuses like that from item to item. Mostly because I don't have a bunch of super tools, so I wouldn't be able to. Later on, as we get further up the tower, I'll be more mindful of which ones I keep, so I have them for late game. Yeah, right now the biggest thing is just raw stats. I think there's only 1 special effect I really care about, and that is Parasite Energy Reduction, which reduces how much of your mana it costs to cast spells. Alright, now we know Eve went to the museum. And I still haven't set up the playlist to do this automatically, so I have to swap this manually. And I say this every time I play. I own this game. In fact, I've bought it, I think, 3 separate times in my life. Might have only been twice. I just don't have a TV, and I don't have a way to connect the TV to my computer, so playing it on an emulator is the easiest way. I used to actually play it on an emulator off the discs themselves, as in I literally had the disc in the computer. Eventually, they stopped putting CD trays into a lot of computers, so what I started doing was burning the files and then transferring them over. Like, I had one desktop with a DVD tray, and I would use that to copy all my PlayStation games to a hard drive. Then I would put them on like a USB drive so I could play them on my laptop. And I could just, have them wherever I wanted. I'm actually a big proponent of buying the things you like. I know there's a lot of different views on piracy and such, but to me, the big one is if I like something, I'll spend money on it. If I don't like something, I won't. And there have been a number of times where I pirated a copy of something to try it out, found I liked it, and then went and bought an official copy. Everyone's standards of morality and ethics are different, but to be honest, the main reason I've ever pirated anything in my life is I've had times where I bought something and then I couldn't get it to work, so I pirated a copy that would work. What was it? Wizardry 6, I think it was? It was 6 or 7, I forget which. But one of them had DRM, digital rights management, where it was anti-piracy software, where the idea was the game would run even if it was a pirated copy. Your characters just wouldn't hit. So you'd go into battle and you would attack and keep missing, and you would like lose against even the weakest of enemies. And the devs for the game actually thought it was funny when anyone would go to their message boards or post online like, "Why is combat so hard?" And they'd be like, "Ha, we got him, we found somebody who stole our work." Well, problem was, it turns out their DRM was not programmed well, and a lot of people who bought legitimate copies, myself included, got affected by it. As a result, people who bought legitimate copies of the game couldn't play the game, and the only way to play the game was, I kid you not, to pirate it. Like, we didn't have a choice. And it was like, well, I'm not going to feel bad pirating a game that I bought simply because the people who made the game tried to prevent piracy and did such a bad job they screwed over legitimate customers. Like, yeah, no. There was also a game, Might and Magic X or 10, where they had some sort of server integration where basically to unlock most of the game, you had to be connected to the servers, which I don't like that, but kind of whatever. Problem was, the company that made the game, Ubisoft, went through some sort of restructuring or something, and they wound up taking the servers down. So all of a sudden, one day, you just couldn't play the game. You had bought it, played it for months, maybe a couple of years, and then one day, bam, they just like, nope, you can't play this single player offline game because of digital rights management. And yeah, that was very frustrating. Turned out it wasn't too hard to fix. Fans made a patch to solve the problem. But before people did that, I'll admit, like before I found a standalone fix for it, I did pirate the game. Because the pirated version I found was cracked to avoid the problem. Later on, I figured out how to just patch the game and did that instead. It worked well. So, but yeah, that was what was like, well, I feel weird pirating a copy of a game I just bought, but like, literally the official copy doesn't work, the pirated copy does, so, okay. I'm trying to remember what the worst DRM I ever ran into was. I think it was the Wizardry 6 one, I mentioned already. So anyway, we did gain a few levels and some items, stats or whatever, but I'm not sure if we should go to the museum or Carnegie Hall again. Man, it's just that mimic. All the non-mimic enemies were pretty easy. What level are we? 27. Tell you what, I'm going to go through at least a little bit of the museum. Reason being, I think at level 29? Yeah, I think it's 29. Wait, 25? No. Oh, we already hit it. Never mind. I'd have to hit 31. Anyway, there are certain levels which are what I like to call super levels, which are basically level ups that give you 5 times as many stat boosts as a regular level up does. Roughly, I don't know that that's an exact amount. But like instead of getting +1 attack on all or +1 damage on all your attacks, you instead get +5 damage. And I believe it happens every 6 levels. So at level 7, level 13, 19, 25, 31, 39, so forth. So if we leveled up a bit, I could maybe hit one, but when we hit level 25, we would have got one. Remember, we're 24 of the Chrysler building, now we're 27, so we got that level 25 to get us the next super level. Another thing is we could level up, I think is it 31? We get the pre-raise ability, which is a really strong semi-healing magic ability, so that might be a good thing to go for. Oh, there's a chest down here. Cool. But yeah, the biggest thing is our health pool is up to 532. The last time we were in the Chrysler building, I think it was only 335. Oh my god, what am I doing? So we have, what is that, 197 more HP? That gives us a much more sizable health pool for dealing with the Mimic. I think that should be fine. That said, we are probably going to want to come to this museum anyway. Oh no, I didn't want to attack you. Oh, it actually worked. I'll want to come through here to level up a little anyway, so maybe doing it now is better than waiting. Because basically I could do like Chrysler building floors 11 through 20, then come here, level up, then do floors 21 through 30. Or I could just, come here right away, then do all of those floors. I don't know. I do know that I probably am going to have to switch a battery real quick. Yeah, it's locked. Okay. Well, you know what? I think just for curiosity's sake, we should keep going up the Chrysler building just to see how it goes. I think that would make a lot of sense. Like, yeah, in terms of pure efficiency, it would be better to go through the main game, complete as much of it as possible to get, to as high a level as possible, then switch to the Chrysler building. But it is interesting to see, like, how far can you get at what level or with what stats. So, yeah, maybe we should? I don't know. Also, dear God, we have so many wasted slots due to medicines. Huh. Okay. So, real quick, let's run back to the... Do we even want to run back? I don't think so. I was going to say we could drop off the gun we picked up and get it out of our inventory before going up the Chrysler building, but I don't think that's worth the hassle. By the way, realistically, the highest level you would ever get going through the main game and Chrysler building is 38, which might seem weird to say, but there's a very good reason. In this game, the amount of experience you need to get per level goes up pretty steadily as you progress through the game. But it has this weird kind of asymptote cap at level 38, which is to say, at level 38, you need, I think it's 750,000 experience or something total between all your levels. But then to reach level 99 after that, you only need another like 250,000 or something along those lines. Basically, the way the game is designed. Oh, wait, I just wasted a medicine 4, didn't I? I think I did. Oh, no, we do not want junk. Yeah, I think Auto Potion uses your strongest healing item. And I had a medicine 4, so I think I just wasted it. Yep, I did. That's sad. But anyway, basically the game devs designed the game with the plan being that you'll hit maybe 33, 34, if in an extreme scenario, you might hit level 35 or, to 37 before you beat the game, but you would never hit 38. That said, if you do grind at 38, they basically say, well, congrats, we didn't expect you to do that much effort or do that much work to get here. Here's, the next 60 levels are basically free. They're each like 4,500 per level. So it takes like, a couple 100,000 to go from 37 to 38. And then that same amount would get you from 38 to 99. So if you do want to grind out experience, it's very tedious to get to 38. But if you do, you can just turbo shoot up all the way to 39 very fast. Get insane stat boosts. Anyway, I need to switch the battery in my headset. My mic is about to die. Testing. Cool. The mic is live. Okay. But yeah, as I was saying, getting up to level 38 basically means getting up to 39. Or not 39, but getting up to 99. So the level up situation is a bit weird. And I don't know if we really care about leveling up any more than we have. I'm going to get to level 28 just because I think we're 2 fights away. If we weren't so close, I would go back to the Chrysler building already. But real quick, let's just try to hit 28. Yes, there's a little thing we can interact there. It'll ask us a question. And we'll get an item from answering it correctly. I'm not worried about bonus points right now, so... We got hit, what, 3 times? Oh. We actually will get a few bonus points from that. Cool. I think I only needed to use Cure 2, not Cure 3, but sure. Yeah, there are 9 creatures there. Oh, yeah. The only item we got was ammo. It's fine. Let's actually try going back to the left, because I think we'll fight a Troodon if we fight there. And that's worth more experience. I don't normally go out of my way to fight extra battles, but when you're this close to leveling up, I think it's justified. Oh my god, 3 of these in one fight? That's scary. Oh my god. No, it moved just out of range, too. No, I swung at the wrong one. Let's heal up. Okay, that's one I hadn't hit before. But now it's dead. Ooh. It darted back just far enough after it hit me to avoid my counterattack. Okay. Well, that'll level me up. That's huge. Hey, we even gained a little bit of parasite, or not parasite, bonus points. Ooh. Okay. So yeah, you might have noticed we only gained, I think, like 12 max HP. No, I think it was 15. But anyway, we didn't gain a lot of max HP there. Compared to when we went from 24 to 27, we gained way more then. By way more, I mean like we gained something like 200 HP in 3 levels. And then like less than 20 in 1 level. That's because different levels are worth wildly different amounts. I am so tempted to increase my item capacity just for convenience, but no. Let's keep buffing our attack damage. Anyway, so now we can save at this phone and go over to the Chrysler building, which, as long as we don't run into mimics, should be pretty easy. If we do run into mimics, I think we can beat them. I just have to be a lot more mindful of how crazy their damage is. Because I'm pretty sure we could have beat the mimic the last time I was there, and I think I just did not give it credit for how much damage it was dealing. Because even with our level ups and the bit of extra stats we gained from finding items, I think that mimic is still going to hit us for about 200 damage. Thing is, we were at like 335 max HP when we fought it. Now we're at 550-ish. So, taking 200 damage when you have less than 350 HP is very different from taking 200 damage when you have about 550 HP. Wait, I don't want to come back to the police station. I just went to the police station out of habit. Normally, I go back there to drop off items. By the way, in terms of level up, I think 31 is the next what I call super level. And either 30 or 31 is where you learn the pre-raise spell, which is a really, really strong spell. It's arguably the strongest spell in the game. Some people would say Liberate is stronger. I don't know. I can see an argument for both. Now that's a sword form we've already been on. Because we're on floor 10 right now. The stairs up to floor 11 are right over here. And one thing I just realized is because we died to a mimic on floor 11, I think we can actually say with certainty there will be a mimic on floor 11. The layout of maps in the Chrysler building change whenever you leave and come back, assuming they're on a floor that still has enemies. When you kill a boss, the floors stop changing their layouts. But if you haven't killed the boss yet and there's still random encounters, everything resets whenever you leave and come back. So I don't know for a fact, but I do think that applies only to the layouts and the random encounters. I don't think it applies to what the contents of storage rooms are. And we'll be able to confirm by checking the next storage room we find. If it has exactly one chest and that chest is a mimic, then that will confirm my suspicions. Also, yes, we are following the right-hand rule. It did take us to that dead end up north, but that's fine. The point of the right-hand rule is not to give you the fastest solution to a maze. It's to give you a consistent and reliable solution that you can use in basically all situations. Oh, well, I might have been wrong. Maybe the mimic won't be here. Because I'm pretty sure when we fought the mimics, there were no other chests in them. Though it's possible I'm wrong and there was 2 chests. So the real trick will be finding out if we trigger a mimic fight when we open either. Tool? Oh wait, yeah, I think there might have been a tool. Not positive. Yep, here's the fight. Okay. Yeah, I completely forgot there was the second chest, the one that had a tool in. Okay. Oh my god. How much damage did that thing deal to us? I didn't see what our health was at beforehand, but that was crazy. I am genuinely afraid of this thing. Especially because of that attack making it basically impossible to dodge, as far as I can tell. I mean, if you're close to it when it happens. You can't, like, reactively dodge. You have to get out of the way proactively. Ah, we're too far. Oh, well, it's gotta do the AoE attack. Oh, no. At first it was cycling between the single target and the AoE attack. So I thought maybe it always cycled between them, but apparently not. How much? Oh my god! Look at how far it can jump at you. And it hits so hard too. No, it's gonna do an AoE attack. Oh, thank god. We totally would have got hit there if we didn't kill it. Whew. But hey, we got a revive, so that's something. We didn't get much in the way of experience. I doubt we got much in the way of bonus points, so that's a scary guy. Now, this actually gives me a question. Is the loot for an individual floor set, like, when you start the game? Or is floor 11 going to have a single tool and a mimic every single time you play the game? Because those are 2 very different things. Like, if I know every time I'm on floor 11 there will be a mimic, no matter what playthrough I'm doing, that would be really cool. But it might just be that floor... God, one sec. That loot between floors 11 and 20 draw from the same pool, and that it's that, like, at the start of your playthrough. I don't know if I explained that well. I'm a little distracted. Okay. So yeah, I'm taking so many collision hits, I don't think I'm getting bonus points from this fight. But I wasn't taking normal attacks too much. I think I only got hit by 2 of those. Anyway, so what I was wondering about there is, whenever I look at a guide, they will list the loot that you can get for floors in batches. Like floor 11 through 20 can have X items as their rewards. What I'm curious about is that the rewards, are they divvied up randomly between each floor when you first start your game? Or do they always show up on the same floor? So floor 11 always has the, 1 tool, 1 mimic. Floor 12 always has the same thing. I'm not sure. The fact people never post the information by floor makes me think that maybe it does randomize with each new playthrough. but that it gets set at the very start, like when you first start your game for the very first time. That might not be the case though. But yeah, look at how easy these enemies are compared to the Mimic. Like, that guy hit me and it did 0 damage. Mimic hit me and it did over 200 damage. But yeah, it may be good for me to like make note of what items I found on what floors, then watch somebody else's playthrough and see if they found them on the exact same floors or if there's some variance. Oh, it's a mole. Oh, I was too far away, so I didn't actually hit it. Okay, we just one-shot it. Nice. I really don't need a medicine too. I don't know why I picked it up. One sec. Oh. Sorry, I was looking at Twitch. Hey, chatbots trying to sell services. I don't actually recognize that chatbot though. It got flagged by my automod or Twitch's automod, so it didn't show up in chat itself. But I got a little pop-up about it. My mouse cursor was on the screen, so I moved that off the... Alright, now we are on floor 12. Okay, I was worried for a second the stream didn't update, but it was just being a little slow when I went up. And 1 second, I'm gonna pour myself a drink. I am almost out of Cherry Coke Zero, and it makes me very sad. I'm hoping I can find more at the store tomorrow. I don't know why it is, but the stores around me only carry it some of the time. I actually asked about it at the one store, and they said it's up to their vendor. He just brings whatever he thinks is best. And there's like some corporate stuff where they try to push certain products based on what sales will be available and all that junk. But the crucial thing, what actually matters, is there's no way that I can predict when they'll have it and when they won't. I genuinely haven't seen it in a 2-liter in as long as I can remember. Like, I know I bought it in 2 liters at some point, but I don't remember when the last time would have been. And it makes me so sad because I prefer to drink my soda from 2 liters, not cans. Mostly because it costs less. But nowadays I can only find Cherry Coke Zero in cans, if at all. Anyway, we are following what I've been calling the right hand rule. So right now, Aya's hand would be on the west wall. The idea is you put your right hand on the wall to that side of you, and then you just walk straight, following whatever path that takes you. I just got hit like 4 times in a row, I think. What's interesting about the right hand rule is I believe when I first heard it described as a solution for navigating mazes, the version I heard was the left hand rule. Exact same concept, you just use your left instead of your right hand. Nothing else changes. But in Parasite Eve, when I tried the left hand rule, my results weren't very good. Yes, it got me where I wanted, but it was seemingly not very efficient. When I tried the right hand rule, like 3 floors in a row, it was way more efficient than the left hand rule would have been. Now, it could have just been, RNG variant, small sample size, but at least for now, we're going to stick with it and see how things go. I'm not liking how much I saw branching off of this path, though. It does make me worry that, at least on this floor, the left-hand rule would have been better. We'll see. But yeah, when I see a bunch of branching paths that I don't go down, it makes me nervous. Alright, so we would be on the east wall right now. Okay, so it found us the... Oh no, that's a dead end. I thought it was gonna be the stairs, and then we would just have to go find the storage room after. Alright, so our right hand would be on the west wall. Now the north wall. There's the elevator. And if this is the treasure room, I'll be so thrilled. Ah, darn. Oh well. Alright, so we would be on the east and north wall. Mostly specifying that because I was walking on the south wall. So I didn't want to cause confusion. Alright, so there's the stairs up. So we found the stairs in the elevator. Now we just need to go find the item room. So yeah, the right-hand rule in this case, definitely the most efficient rule between left and right-hand rules for finding the stairs to the next floor. I don't know which rule would have been more efficient in terms of finding the item room. This might be a dead end. Not sure. Yeah. Okay, so I am gonna have to backtrack a decent bit now. So yeah, that's a little unfortunate, but it's no biggie. At least we know where the elevator is. Not the elevator, but the stairs up. I mean, we know both, but... So yeah, we know that the stairs are, just go to the elevator, take the first right, you'll find the stairs. Question is, does this take us to the storage room, or do we have to backtrack a lot? I would really rather not have to backtrack a ton. This could potentially be it, but I don't think so. Nah, it doesn't look it. Alright. Oh, wait, it actually is. I was going to use the emulator speed up function just because I'm being lazy, but no. We're actually going to the exact right spot. It's sexy. Well, please don't be another mimic. I really don't want to fight another mimic. Okay, thank God. Oh, it would have been so funny if that had been a mimic after I just went through that. Alright, so we found another gun. Yeah. Okay. So that takes us, or that finishes floor 12 for us. Next up is going to be floor 13. The boss should be on floor 20. So that should give an idea of how much farther we have. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 8. Yeah. I always get thrown off by the one offset. 11 to 20 is 10. 10 to 20 is 11. It's not hard to understand, it's just my intuitive grasp of it can be off sometimes. Sometimes I'll think, oh, I'm going from 10 to 20 and be like, that's plus 10, but... It's plus 10 in the sense of you have to add 10, but if you're starting on 10, then you're effectively starting on 0, wanting to go up to 10. So if you count 0 because you're starting 0, 0, 1, well then 1 was not actually 1, 1 was 2. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. So we do have snake. 1 snake down. 2 snakes down. Ah! So far we've been hit twice. 3 times. 4 times. Okay, so 4 hits against 4 enemies means we'll get roughly half the bonus points we would have gotten for the battle. Maybe even a little more. Or a little less, depending on which enemies hit us and which ones were worth more. Oh! I thought he was gonna dip underground like they had been doing at the start of battles before, but... Ah! We're so slow! Okay, so we don't get bonus points from that battle. Yeah, let's use a medicine tool. Medicine, I think I started saying medicine tool. Alright. This will be floor 13. Counter is updated. So yeah, we have 7 normal floors, then the boss floor. I am really curious, at what point do enemies in Chrysler buildings start giving a non-trivial amount of experience? Because right now we need 9,341 experience to level, and I don't think we'll get that even by the time we defeat the floor 20 boss. Assuming we do. I'm gonna be so sad if we get to floor 20 and I die to the boss. I don't think it'll happen, but it is a possibility. Alright, so that's 3 hits. Okay, yeah. Hey, get back here. Oh, 4 hits. Anyway, with 4 hits, 4 enemies, or with, yeah, that was 4 enemies. 3 snakes and the monkey, I believe. We'll probably earn about half the bonus points of that battle. At some point, I'd kind of like to try a no damage run, but I genuinely don't know how to get past certain enemies for it. I think to practice, what I would do is a few hits run, where basically it's a no damage run, but I do allow I like have a counter like we have on the screen right now that I use to track how many times I get hit. The idea being the goal is to never get hit, but at least to practice, we just kind of, keep track how many times we get hit, keep it as low as possible. I think it might be fun. By the way, I am following the right-hand rule, that's why I went this way. I just zipped off to the left in case that was where the storage room was. It was not. Nice. Just no mimics, that's all I asked. And to be fair, we could probably take a mimic down, but I just don't want to have to. Okay, new gun. Cool, bullet cap +2. We can use that and get it out of our inventory. Uh, okay. Wait a second. Does this weapon have no stats on it? Wow, that's so bad. I mean, it's a grenade launcher with 5 open slots, but like even its base damage is kind of sucky. Why would I ever want that? This you would want because that is triple command, I believe. Oh no, that's rate of fire 3. Yeah, why would you ever want either of those? So bad. Okay, what we'll do is we'll just consume these weapons. Yeah, I'm not even gonna consume it. There's literally nothing to transfer over. That's so funny. Uh, I guess we could strip the bullets first. But yeah, the M203 we want to get rid of. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, our ammo crate is full, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Ah, there they are. No, I never actually looked at user interface. Cursor, default or memory. Oh, I didn't realize we could change our window cursor. You can change display position. Interesting. Yeah, might as well have it on stereo. Oh, how did I not know this is a thing we could do? I love it. I don't want yellow. Ooh, I kind of like that. Wait, did it not save or does it not apply? Oh, it looks like it didn't save. Oh, I think you have to hit like completed first. That's too bright. Let's get a darker. How about uh hmm. Yeah, I don't want it bright. I want it kind of like a muted purple. Hmm. So yeah, I kind of like that. Okay. Yeah, it looks weird. I think the default colors are probably the best, but it's cool that you can change that. Didn't even realize it was an option. Anyway, let's keep following the right-hand rule. That'll take us north. These are the stairs. I'll be so surprised, but so happy. Oh my god, they really are. That floor was so easy. I love it. Can we please have more floors like that? Anyway, that puts us to floor 14. Just waiting for the counter to update, make sure that works. Alright, so we finished 3 of the 9 regular floors, and then we'll have the 10th boss floor. And we can't quite get our attack off before he gets his attack off, and that's the main problem. Wow, the treasure room was very close to the entrance. That's nice. Okay, we get in a fight. It's a mini Troodon. They are weaker than the ones we fought back at the museum. Ooh, a rare key card. Offense, I think that was +4. Rocket. No! We finally got punished! No! The whole reason I haven't gone to the warehouse, or at least I haven't finished the warehouse, is when you go there, you'll get a rocket launcher and rockets. And as soon as you get them, the rocket crate will be put in your inventory. You have no way to remove it. So it consumes an item slot. And since I'll never use rockets, I effectively just lost 1 item slot for the rest of the game. That makes me so sad. I believe the right-hand rule would make us go south here. Ah, I can't believe the game punished us like that. That's so unfortunate. Oh, we actually hit it because we were right next to where it would pop up. So we didn't have to move before we queued up our attack, and they made us just fast enough to hit him before he attacked. Nice. Anyway, we would be on the east wall right now. Or not east wall, sorry, west wall. There's the elevator. That ends, so now we would follow the south wall. And it'll be south on this screen too, and then it'll turn right going south, putting us on the west wall. Turns right, putting us on the north wall. Is this a dead end, or does it take us to the stairs? I think it's a dead end, but we'll see. Oh, it's long. It could be turning right here. Is this the stairs? If so, that's crazy for us. Oh my god, the right-hand rule is insane. 10-10, best strat ever. By the way, the reason there's a fundamental difference between the left and right-hand rule is not that in theory there must be a difference. In theory, either rule could be optimal for any given maze or set of mazes. What likely happened is the code they use to generate the potential maps probably starts from the first map and then starts drawing a path, and then has like certain rules about how the path can be formed. And those rules are probably biased in a way that will lead to one either left or right hand rule being better than the other. Basically, if you create a maze in a programmatic programmatic that doesn't sound right to me. Anyway, if you have a simple program that'll generate the maze for you, there's a decent chance there will be patterns to the maze. And then once you understand those patterns, you can find like shortcuts that help you navigate the mazes effectively. Oh, I just had an idea. What if somebody did a speed run of the Chrysler building? That would be crazy. I kind of want to try it just because I know I could never be a very good speedrunner for the main game. Like compared to other people, I don't have the just skill to be a good speedrunner. But I could potentially see myself being the like best quote unquote best speedrunner for the Chrysler building just because I might be the only person crazy enough to actually do it. All right, so this looks like we lose 80 attack power, but we do get some extra effect, which, to be honest, I'm not even sure would be good. Uh, what effects are they? Fuel during attack, counterattack enemy. See, this I don't like. Counterattack enemy. I honestly think I'm going to remove that because having it means we lose control over our character. We could get hit and then get locked in place swinging a counterattack that we have no control over. We are actually going to get rid of it. Yeah. Now, the way we get rid of it is we use the super tool to transfer it to Club 3. Club 3, of course, has 168 power. So right now it seems like the better club. But, oh, yeah, we could transfer Quick Draw, but I don't think I care enough. Now I don't. Anyway, so important thing here is while this has 168 to 80 power, the base power is actually 40 lower. So once we transfer stats over, this will Club 4 will be much stronger. So instead of 168, we will have 210. We just gained 42 attack power by switching clubs, which means plus 42 damage on every attack. And we also get to steal on our attacks now, which probably won't be great, but maybe mildly useful. And our critical hit rate went up. Now, I will be honest, I have no idea how that one works in terms of numbers. I don't know, like, what determines your critical hit rate, what our critical hit rate with a regular weapon would be versus what it'll be with this. I don't know any of that. But I mean, it's literally free value, so might as well have it. Steel at least has some drawback in that like it adds to our inventory management. I don't think that's a big deal, but there's some argument that hey, maybe I don't want this. But when it comes to critical hit rate going up, there's just no drawback. It's just no matter how big or small the effect is, it is at worst a bit of free damage every now and then. Yeah. 42 attack power, extra crit rate, and the steel effect, which I'm kind of ambivalent about. That's a huge floor for us. Yeah, we're on the east wall right now. Don't tell me this is the stairs up. Nope, it's a dead end. Okay. If that had been the stairs up, I would have been just shocked by how effective the right-hand rule actually is. By the way, there are only, I think it was like 30-something possible floors. I forget the exact number. But there's a fixed number of potential layouts for the floors on the Chrysler building. So with enough practice, you could memorize all the possible map layouts. And then as you move through the map, you could potentially figure out which one you were on and know exactly where to go to get whatever you wanted. Man, I kind of want to try a speed run of the Chrysler building. Now, one big thing about that is it would depend on how you're defining it. If you're saying speed run of the Chrysler building and that the time starts at floor 1 and ends when you finish the building, that I don't think would be very interesting because then you would just, grind to level 99 before you entered it, maxed out all your stats by doing multiple playthroughs, stuff like that. But I think there might be a way to make it work in that you no. See, what I don't know is you can only access the Chrysler building in a New Game Plus mode. So no matter what, if the speedrun starts in New Game Plus mode, then there would be variance in what stats or whatever else you carried over from your first playthrough. So to properly do a Chrysler building speedrun where it's like the same experience every single run, you would have to make it so that you have to beat the regular game and like do a speedrun of the base game, and then start a New Game Plus playthrough and do the Chrysler building in that. And that would probably take an insane amount of time. I guess one option would be to speedrun the Chrysler building under optimal circumstances first, where you just play the game. One sec. We stole a couple of pure poisons, which I don't like. But yeah, I think one option might be to say, just at least to practice, say, okay, we'll speedrun the Chrysler building, starting with whatever stats you want. Like, go to floor 1, you can have any weapon, armor, stats, whatever that you've gotten from previous playthroughs, and just run it. That, I think, would probably be pretty uninteresting. But it could give, like, a baseline. Then there could be a rule where, like, you do a speedrun, but there are, like, restrictions. You can do a speedrun starting, like, day 1 of the game, but it can be in New Game Plus mode, and then you just, like, can't use any carried over items or something like that. There might be a way to make it work. I think that would work. Basically, say the speedrun starts when the game starts in New Game Plus mode, and then just say you're not allowed to carry over any items. Or I guess if you do carry over any items, you can't use them. Because it doesn't really matter if there's like items sitting in their stores that you never cut. Maybe that would work. I kind of want to do it now. How fast can you beat this Chrysler building? That would be a cool thing to discover. Like, the actual experience sounds like it might be miserable, But I do think it would be cool to like just get an answer. Oh wow, we stole a revive from that enemy? Revives are pretty much the most valuable item in the game, so being able to steal one from a random encounter is surprising. Definitely glad I have the Club 4 now. Inventory management does kind of suck, though. I've had to discard, so far, I think 3 cure poisons. Not a big deal, but it's a bit of extra hassle that I would prefer to avoid. Oh. Alright, so now we're on the west wall. And now I really want to try a speed run of the Chrysler building. It's so dumb, but it sounds like it would be amusing. But like the amount of practice it would take. Oh. Because there are 77 floors. Technically, you could treat it as 69 floors. Because floors, well, floor 1 is the same no matter what. And then floors, I think, no, floor 70 has a boss. So floor 71 through 77 are always the same. So floors 2 through 70 are kind of mazes. Actually, I think all the boss floors are fixed, so like there's no confusion. They can still be like a long path, but it's a fixed path, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. So that's the sort of thing that intrigues me about the idea. Is I think there's a lot that isn't really known about how the Chrysler building works because nobody cares that much. And it could potentially be interesting to figure out. Also, yes, we are on floor 16, and I did make sure the counter went up. Man, am I going to be crazy enough to be the only person in the world to speedrun the Chrysler building? I might be. I don't know. To be honest with how long it takes, I probably wouldn't have the patience for it. I'd probably get annoyed. But yeah, what would make it interesting is if you do say you have to start the speedrun at the start of the game, just in New Game Plus mode, you would still wind up doing a quote-unquote normal speedrun for much of the game, because you would probably want to get as far into the game as you could. Well, maybe not. See, that's where it would also get interesting. How far into the main game would you need to get for a speedrun, like to be able to clear the Chrysler building efficiently? I don't know what the answer to that would be. Like, would you want to get to the museum so your level is higher? Maybe. Or maybe like you only get to the sewer and that'll make your level high enough that you can do the Chrysler building. Huh. And I keep thinking about all these little details that come to mind. My mind is kind of racing and I feel so stupid for it. But I still want to do this now. Or at least theory craft. To be clear, I don't want to do this in the sense of I don't think I would enjoy the process. I think I would actually kind of hate it. But I want to do it just in the sense of I want to know what it would be like. And I don't think anyone else would ever do it. So if I want to discover the answers, I might have to do it myself. After the stream, I'm actually going to have to look and see if there are any posted speedruns of the Chrysler building. I've never really looked at speedruns for Parasite Eve, so I don't know a lot about them. It could be other people have already done this. I doubt it, but... But yeah, another big part of it is if you ever have to leave the Chrysler building, that'll slow you down. So ideally, you would know what weapons and what armor you want to get from treasure rooms and figure out like your equipment strategies before... Oh, that's a cat. I don't think we have seen a cat before on this floor. That's interesting. Anyway, I think you'd want to be able to figure out like exactly what items you're looking for, either in the Chrysler building or in the main game, both to use and to like transfer upgrades from. Oh, that goes back to my earlier question of, are items on the Chrysler building on fixed floors, or are they varied by run? They're varied by run. That could add a lot of interesting factors to a speed run. Ooh. God, this is so stupid. Someone save me from myself. Okay, SP armor. I think those stats are actually high enough we will want to use that. Yeah, we want to compare it to my CM protector. Hmm. Oh, God, yes. 22 more physical defense, 4 more magic defense, and tied critical hit evasion. So, the only problem with switching to this armor is we lose auto potion. And you know what? I don't care about auto potion all that much. So, I may have to be more careful. Mind you, I do have an armor in my storage back at the NYPD that I could transfer auto potion from over to this. So when I'm talking about this, we're only talking about for like the next 4 floors. So for like the next 4 floors, I would need to be more careful about not dropping too low and being mindful of the fact I don't have auto potion anymore. But in exchange, this is huge. 89, 79, 72. The 72 won't change. 89, 79 is what we were on. Now, oh my God, that's so huge. We went from 89 up to 113. We went from 79 to 83. It's mostly the physical defense that matters, but okay. 24 less damage from all physical attacks. That is just huge. Oh God, I forgot which direction we came from. Did we come from the right? I think we. Wait, did we come from the right or from the left? I don't remember. I got so excited by the item we found, I genuinely forgot. I think we came from the left. I hope we did. You know what? I genuinely don't know, so let's just double check. Yep. It's bad. I normally keep track of what what direction I came from. I just genuinely forgot to because I was so excited. That is the first time we got an armor I wanted to upgrade, or I wanted to switch to, since day 5 of my last playthrough. So yeah, that's a huge thing for me. Also, I should stop using the emulator speed up function. I'm sorry, that's bad of me. But yeah, I'm so distracted thinking about the idea of doing like a speed run of the Chrysler building or other, and then think about the armor and how great it was. By the way, if you do want to farm BP, what fights like these show you is the best way to do it is fight really weak enemies you can kill easily, and then just kill a ton of them. That way you don't have to worry about, well, you kill them fast enough, so you kill a ton of them. That way you don't have to even worry about dodging, because if you kill them quickly, then it doesn't matter if, you take some hits. Because, oh yeah, I kill everything in one hit. Who cares if it gets one attack in before I kill it? Because, just the sheer number of enemies will make it worthwhile. Keep wanting to hit the speed up button. It's bad. I wasn't even thinking about the speed up button before, but I'm just so intrigued by the idea of doing. Yep. Okay. of doing a speed run that I've been starting to hit the button. Okay, so we are, yeah. I went the wrong way out of the storage room. That's what I just discovered. Don't want pure poison. Oh my god, we just got 3 of them. Okay. But yeah, I wonder how crazy an idea it would be to try to do a speedrun of the Chrysler building. And I genuinely don't think anyone else will ever experiment, so maybe that's something we can do. I think the biggest thing would be we don't want to try to speedrun the entire building to start. So maybe like start it off as speedrun the first 10 floors or first 20 floors, and then like try to set a different goal or different record for every 10 floors, like every boss fight. I think that might be fun. I mean, the enemies on the first floor are so easy that I don't think it would be very big deal in terms of like what the exact rules are on what items you can have or stats or stuff like that. Plus, it would give me a reason to learn the regular speedrun of this game. And given how much I love the game, it would make sense for me to learn that. But yeah. Yeah, I went left, I should have gone right, is what it comes down to. Oh my god, don't tell me I was this close to the stairway and I went the wrong direction. Yep, I did. Okay. Well, let's go back to playing normally, not use the speed up function. I swear, playing on an emulator teaches me such bad habits. Anyway, following the right-hand rule, we are once again on the east, then south wall. South turns right, so we're on the west wall. It'll turn right again and put us on the south wall. No, I'm sorry, it'll turn left. It's weird. When you're facing south, a turn to the left will make you go right. That's why I mixed up the two when I said them. Okay, also, we didn't steal or revive that time. So that tells me you did... Wait, or was the cure... Yeah, the cure 2 was from the steal, not from the post-battle victory screen. So yeah, I'm guessing that means you only have a certain percent chance, like a 20% chance to steal a revive. And otherwise you'll steal a cure 2. Specifically from the mold, that is. That would be my guess, not a guarantee. There could be some other explanation. It's interesting that some enemies don't have anything and other enemies do. I'm not sure how that works. Are there maybe like... Oh, we didn't have inventory space. I wonder if maybe there are actually different types of snakes. And they just look so similar, I'm not noticing they're different. It's possible. It's also possible they just like only have a percent chance to spawn in with any item. Not sure. Anyway, we are currently following the south wall, which is going to turn right and put us on the west wall. But yeah, it's interesting to me that that snake doesn't have anything, but the other snake might. And we'll only find... Ah! Nope. Okay, so that one didn't. Yeah. I'm not sure why we steal a cure poison from some snakes, then with others it says they don't have anything. Anyway, we are following the west wall right now. And I can't stop thinking about the idea of speedrunning the Chrysler building and wondering just what it would take. I think you would need to hit at least level 31 for Revive and quite possibly level 33 for Liberate. I think level 33 for Liberate would actually be very important because of the damage it provides. Full Uzi. That's fun. Range +1. But yeah, that's the item I've been thinking my points into. Well, my items into. Hey, another rare trading card. Cool, cool. I don't know when we get the prizes from turning in those cards. Looks like we have 3 revives though. And you know what? Let's get rid of this last medicine too. Now all I will have left are regular medicine or better. Wait, regular medicine? Medicine 3s are better. I genuinely don't know why I said regular medicines there. Okay, so the P229 I don't think has any reason to be kept. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's nothing about this we want, so I'll just scrap it. This one, the full Uzi, has random rate of fire, which is actually mildly useful, but the burst command is even better, and we should be able to find that. Also, burst will overwrite random rate of fire. There is also, I believe, an attack all. Wait, which one did I want to get rid of? I forgot. The P229, yeah. But yeah, I believe there's also a, like, attack all upgrade, which makes it so you hit all enemies on the in the battle with every shot. Burst is kind of like that, but it's more an AoE, so you can potentially hit all enemies, but it depends on how close they are and how the shot is lined up, I believe. But yeah, the thing about speedrunning the Chrysler building that's so interesting to me is the amount of value learning how the maps are laid out could provide. Like us realizing how effective the right-hand rule has been at navigating things is great. But if you memorize all the map layouts and get used to them, you could learn to do the maps even more efficiently. So that would be a way where a person could be rewarded for like developing a skill set that is not intuitive and would probably take a ton of work. Similarly, there are so many items in the Chrysler building that you can pick up, and so many of them are really good that the possibilities in terms of like what kind of build to take could be very varied, and that could again, create a lot of room for knowledge, experimentation, theory crafting, skill. If only the right-hand rule does take us north. I was just glancing to the left, see if maybe the item room was over there. What I might do is look at all the potential maps of the Chrysler building, because you can find them online. They're in both like the Brady guides. I think somebody posted them to GameFAQs. But I could go through all of them and see like when is the right-hand rule optimal, when is it suboptimal, and are there any cases where it's just outright bad? Okay. So here the right-hand rule took us to the stairs, but we have not found the item room yet. So we're gonna run back, look for that. But here's an example where in a speed run, you could potentially just run straight to the stairs and skip whatever items are in this room. And depending on what you know about the items that will be in the room, it might actually be the right idea, or it might be the wrong one. Circling back to my previous question of, are the items fixed by floor or is there variance? If they're fixed by floor, then that would be a line of thought, a knowledge set, whatever you want to call it, that could be very valuable to this develop. For instance, like if you know what items appear on which floors, there might be some floors where like, okay, I really need to get to the item room in this floor because it has this really good item. And then there could be floors where like, if I can find the item room on this floor quickly, that's good because it has like these things that are somewhat useful. And then there could be other floors where you basically say, hey, even if I see the item room, I'm not even going to walk into it. So, like when we were on floor 11, we spawned a mimic. So, all that there was in the room was a mimic and a tool. That's the sort of room you could probably bypass. That said, it does seem like there may be variance to which floors items spawn on. I'm not positive though. Yeah. Okay, so this has the KB suit we just found has lower physical defense, slightly higher magic defense, and lower critical hit evasion. So yeah, 4 more magic defense, 3 less physical defense, and 2 less evasion. That means it is all told 1 point lower, and it is splitting or it's taking physical defense and or sorry, wait. Yeah, it's sacrificing physical defense and critical hit evasion for magic defense. So far, I think physical defense is actually a lot more important. So we'll just consume it for the stat boost. Alright. Now we know the stairs to be up this way. We have to go right here, then I think we go north. Alright. And then this should take us to floor 19, I believe. Which means we have 1 more regular floor, then we just have a boss. The real fear is that we just die to a boss, but I don't think the boss on floor 20 is going to give us much trouble. So I want to try a speed run, but the amount of theory crafting that would go into it is overwhelming. I think what I would need to do first is just learn the regular speed run of Parasite Eve. Not necessarily learn as in be able to do it, but just understand what it involves, what items it gives, that sort of thing. And then maybe I could get some ideas. Oh wait, I think I didn't actually use it, did I? No, I canceled out at the last moment. Okay. Dear God, this is so much worse. 15 less physical defense, 7 less magic defense, and it does give 4 more critical hit evasion, but that is trivial by comparison. So, okay. And hey, we are out of tools now. Granted, I used some of the tools to just move stats around on guns. So, you know, that does explain why, but hey. Freed up some inventory space. No! Dear God, when it hits twice in a row, it deals decent damage. Though I do have to say, it was dealing a lot more damage before we got the one armor upgrade we got. There, I think we took 25-ish damage from the 2 attacks combined. When we were fighting these before that armor upgrade, I think it was dealing like 80-ish damage with the 2 attacks combined, so... that armor definitely helped. Oh my God. Also, please, this is the one thing I don't like about having steel on Club 4, is there's so many enemies that I don't want items from. And then I do have to like go back into my inventory and craft those items. There is an argument that maybe I would be better off using a super tool to remove the steel command, just so I don't have to do as much inventory management. I don't think that's true though. Like, the argument makes sense, but I don't think it's true because I think we will steal some items that are actually good to have. And I think giving that up just to save us a little inconvenience would be a bad idea. Also, wait. I forgot which wall we are following. I think it was the west wall. Wait, this has been very linear. Am I on floor 20, not 19? It's possible I messed up the counter at some point. That's the only reason I can think of why we haven't seen any branching paths. If so, we'll find the elevator and storage room very soon, and then the boss will be shortly after them. Oh wait, no, we already found the item room, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Oh, that? I didn't realize bats were on these floors. I thought we had dealt with them on floors 1 through 10. No! It delayed its attack for so long I thought it was the one that had already attacked. By the way, I am starting to realize that against bats, you probably want to stand as close to them as possible most of the time. The idea being, their attack gets wider the farther out it goes. So if you fight them really close up, their attack will be a very narrow range. Or, not range, the AoE effect on it will be very narrow, which will make it a lot easier to dodge. So as long as you are moving at the time they fire, you have a pretty good chance of dodging it. Unless you're moving straight toward them or straight away from them. But yeah, I think that's how you're supposed to dodge them if you are in close quarters. Is that you stand really close to them, and then when they fire their attack, you just move ever so slightly, and it does avoid that. Okay, yeah. We apparently are on floor 20. I thought we were on floor 19. Let me update the counter. Oh. Interesting. I didn't expect to fight more of these guys. I wonder how they compare to the ones in the main game. Okay, looks like they don't have anything to steal. Also, I could be crazy, but I think the hitbox on them might actually be different than it was in the main game. I'm probably crazy in thinking that. But yeah, they do have more HP than the alligators we fought in the sewer did. Or, I guess that's not very descriptive. The alligators we fought were all in the sewers, both the boss and the non-boss one. The sewers past Chinatown is what I'm talking about, the non-boss ones. But yeah, there are sewers beneath Carnegie Hall and then sewers beneath Chinatown. Okay. Yeah, we got almost no experience from that, but cool. Huh. All right. Well, we definitely want to run back to the NYPD headquarters because we'll be able to drop off a little bit of stuff, including the Chrysler Building Key 1. Whenever you get a new key, you don't need the previous keys because, key 2 will unlock floors 1 through 20, which includes floors 1 through 10 that key 1 unlock, assuming you even want to go back to floors 1 through 10. There are some cases you might want to, like if you went through floors 1 through 10 but didn't get all the items, you might want to run back and get some. But dang, all right, 20 floors down. I do kind of want to go back to the museum just to get some more level up, but I think it would be more interesting to try doing floors 21 through 30 first, see if we can do that. I am really curious at what point our level will just be so low we can't make progress. And the big part of that is the magic abilities we have, our parasite energy abilities. Not having pre-raise and liberate will make things a lot harder. All those done. Oh, I completely forgot we have Club 2 still. Huh, okay. Uh, Now one benefit of leveling up is that if we level up, we will get any bonus points we've accrued from the battles in the Chrysler building so far. Don't think we care too much about that right now. And you know what? Let's move over 3 of our 4 revives. We'll keep 1 on hand just to be safe. Now, I do not have auto potion on our armor. Wait, did I have an extra one back here? I thought I did, but I don't know that for sure. No, okay, shoot. Yeah, that's actually a bit rough. Okay, so what I was talking about is I have auto potion on this armor, so if I want, I could use the tool to move that over. The problem is I only have 1 spare armor. If I get rid of this to do that, I'll no longer be able to use the armor swap trick to reset my mana regeneration. So that's a bit of a problem, but not really. It just means we're gonna play a bit longer without auto potion. And I think that's fine. The real question I have is how much experience are we going to get on floors 21 through 30? So far, enemies have been giving almost no experience, and we need over 8,000 experience to level up. We might actually get to floor 30 without leveling up again. That would be a bit rough. Yeah, use the phone, eh? I use the door. The hitboxes in this game for interacting with objects always throw me off. Sometimes they seem very finicky. Yeah, most of them are fine, but like it's 1 in like 20, I think, give me issues. probably not even 1 in 20. It's probably closer to like 1 in 30, 1 in 40. But when you know where something is and you can't interact with it because you can't figure out exactly where to stand, it can get a little frustrating. Anyway, we'll go up to floor 20. And we're just going to see if we can make it to floor 30. Oh, wait, no. I selected the wrong floor. Yeah, I do think they could have had a better interface for this. And honestly, the design of the Chrysler building in general has a number of issues. But I actually enjoy it for what it is. It's not like the most riveting experience ever, but it's intended to be a grindy, what do you call it? It's not a game mode. And it's not a difficulty level, but it's like a grindy optional dungeon. I don't know, I think there's a term for it. But anyway, it's one of those ones where the game very clearly indicates that if you don't want to do this, you don't have to. The game is plenty good without this. This is optional content. You are subjecting yourself to the pain of this place at your own risk. Ah. Okay, I hate plants because I don't know how to dodge that vine attack. I've never found a consistent way to avoid it. It comes out so fast and has such a long range, I just don't know what the trick is. Oh my god, I'm missing so much. Yeah, the poison gas attack they have doesn't worry me anywhere near as much as the vine attack they have does. Yeah, that is way easier to dodge. Like half the time they fire it off, I swear the trick to dodging it is just don't walk into it. But yeah, and see, that plant, it said didn't have anything. Other times, or the other plant when we hit it, had a medicine free. So I guess sometimes enemies spawn with an item, and other times they do not. Oh shoot, I forgot to increment the floor counter. We are up to floor 21. We are using the right hand rule, so we are following the south wall right now. Okay, I guess there's gonna be some mistakes from off screen. Yeah, they're there. Yo, you moved just out of my range. Ah! Stop moving away! I'll be honest, with a gun, this would be jokingly easy for me right now. You can see how high my health is despite getting hit. The only problem we're running into right now is due to attack range issues. Oh, dude, that's what I didn't do. I didn't look at experience. We currently need 8,445 experience. I'd be curious to know how much we need after the next battle. Anyway, we are following the south wall as of now. Turn to west. Not following that path to the right makes me a bit nervous. This could be a case where the right-hand rule takes us down the wrong way. Elevator. I should have believed. I lost faith for no reason. Right-hand rule is king. Doing everything we need. 10-10 best strat in the game. Okay, there's the tool. Ooh, and oh, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to trade in my rare card. Oh, that means I have 2 of them. Yeah. Both of these should be out of my inventory. I messed up by keeping them. When I went back to the police department, I should have given those to Wayne. My bad, my bad. I think it'll be fine, but it's definitely a mistake. Okay, yep. So yeah, the right-hand rule took us to the storage room, or the item room, treasure room, whatever you want to call it. Now the question is, how long will it take us to get to the stairs? If the stairs are south of here, well, if getting to the stairs requires us to go south of here, the right-hand rule is great. But it's possible the stairs will be back in the path we skipped, in which case the right-hand rule is good because it took us to the item room, but not great. So just like decent. Yeah. So this is the floor where if you were doing a speed run and you didn't care about the item rooms, the right-hand rule would actually mislead you. But if you care about the item rooms, then the right-hand rule is still king. Oh, cool. We actually one-shot him. I think we only one-shot him because it was a crit, but no. Alright, moved just out of the range. Okay, we don't need Cure M. So yeah, we've gotten less than 50 experience from that battle. That sucks. Anyway, we are following the south wall. Now, I'm really curious if the stairs will be to the right here, or if we'll have to go back to the intersection where we skipped the path. If the stairs up are right ahead of here, then the right-hand rule is great. Oh yeah, once again, right-hand rule popping off. It did take us down like 2 dead ends. One dead end was 1 screen, the other was 2 screens. But yeah, following the right-hand rule basically got us to the item room and the stairs with only 3 extra screens visited. Well, technically 4, because when there's 2 screens in a room, well, no, the dead ends, I mean, 3 extra screens in that 3 screens we didn't need to visit, but then you also had the revisits of rooms that were duplicated, so, you know, more like 5, but whatever. Point is, it was pretty optimal. Definitely recommend the right-hand rule for the Chrysler building. Okay, so we got a tool and super tool, plus... Oh, we don't even have a gun to use the bullet cap on? That's funny. And again, we don't really care about things like bullet cap or range +1. Since this is a no-gun run, I'm only worrying about them because I might at some point, like after I finish this run, it's possible that I would do another run on the same save file and use guns in it. Other than that, it's just interesting, like out of curiosity, how many stat gains can I actually get? Also, yeah, we're getting hit a ton here. I don't expect to get much, if any, bonus points from this fight, but that's fine. Actually, we did kill everything fast enough that we probably got a few bonus points from it. God, I'm still so sad that we have the rocket crate now. Finding that one rocket in a chest cost us so much because now we actually lose 1 item slot permanently. And yeah, I have no idea how to dodge that vine attack. I've never been able to figure it out. I know there is a way to do it consistently. I just have no idea what it would be. And I think we stole 1 cure poison, which I don't want. Oh shoot, we have a medicine too? Didn't even notice. Okay, let's arrange our inventory. So we have 3 open slots, 8 medicine 3s, and a revive, 3 rare cards, 3 tools, a super tool, and a permanent set buffing item that we'll be able to use once we find any gun. Right, and if we're on floor 22, that means we have 8 more floors. Yeah, 8 more floors after the one we're already on. Ah! Yeah, we're getting like no bonus points from this. It's fine though, it's fine. With the plant down, it should be a lot more manageable. Ah! It actually missed that attack because I moved just a hair north. Like, what felt like 10 seconds before the attack was probably close to like 3 or 4. Okay. But yeah, we're still at the point where enemies aren't really dealing any damage because of how high our defenses are. So that helps a lot. And because of that, I think we can make floor 30 without any meaningful difficulty. Unless we run into another mimic. That might cause us a little bit of trouble. Alright. Is this going to be a dead end? Maybe not. It's a pretty long hallway, so I doubt it's a dead end, but we'll find out. So that's the elevator. Okay, so it is a dead end, but it's a dead end that has a purpose. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, this is a case where following the right-hand rule is definitely suboptimal compared to memorizing the maps. Because I've never seen this layout so far in my current run. That tells me this is a layout we could actually recognize and plan for. So I bet, like, if we were speedrunning this game, when we got to somewhere about this corner, maybe 1 or 2 screens in, we could have easily backed off and saved, 10, 20 seconds of time. Wait, did we find the item room on this floor? I think we did. I sure hope we did. If not, oh well, I'm just gonna keep going. Somewhere around floors like 50 to 60, maybe 60 to 70. I would want to be absolutely certain I find all the item rooms because that's about where we will start finding items that are pretty much the strongest in the game. And I think 61 to 70 is where we find Club 5, the last club we'll ever use. But in these lower floors, even if you miss an item or two, it's not a big deal. Because you're probably going to find a just better version of it. 10, 20 floors higher. By the way, we are following the south wall right now. Oh, we got hit by the web just in time. Oh, and we stole 2 cure M's, which I don't want in my inventory, but alright. No, I didn't really want to cure or medicine 2 either. Let's dump all 3 items. I guess I can just use the medicine 2. Man, having that rocket crate in my inventory is making me so sad. If I would have known it was in the chest, I would not have picked it up. A permanent -1 inventory slot debuff. So sad. Ah, snakes. So I think we've been hit twice so far. Ah, oh, cool. Divine attack miss. So yeah, I think we only got hit twice in that entire fight. That'll be pretty good for bonus points then. Of course, we won't be able to get any bonus points we accrue until our next level up. Oh, that's a medicine free. We'll keep it. And our next level up is definitely not going to be anytime soon since we are barely getting experience right now. Oh, cool. Found the item room. Man, I am still afraid of finding a mimic, even though we've only seen one this entire playthrough, and it was on floor 11. But in my defense, it was floor 11. Like, such a strong enemy being so early in the game. Yeah, of course it's going to make me afraid. Okay, Mark 23. Don't really care about the gun, but it will let us use our bullet cap upgrade. Hmm? Oh, yeah. So right now I only have one item slot available. I don't really want to remove or to give up another medicines free, but it might be my best option. I wish I could get rid of this, the rocket crate. That would be ideal. Ah, screw it. Let's get rid of medicines free. We will still have 8, so it's not too bad. But yeah, anyway, all the bonus points we've been accruing from these floors will be given to us when we next level up. And that's going to be what? I'm trying to remember. We didn't level up between after floor 11 through 20, right? No, we defeated the alligator bosses and it just kept going up Chrysler building. We didn't go farm another level. So yeah, okay. So yeah, we'll get like 20 floors worth of bonus points for the next time we level up. We are following the west wall now. Don't think it'll make much difference, but just good to keep in mind. One big problem with places like this is it can be easy to get turned around, lose track of which direction you came from. But if you know which wall you're following and you know which direction you came from, you can always tell which way you are going. So, something I'm noticing is it does seem like the encounter rate goes down for every screen the more enemies you fight on a floor. And I wonder if that's what it is. In normal areas in Parasite Eve, the encounter rate drops whenever you kill enemies on that particular screen. I think in the Chrysler building it might be that it drops whenever you kill enemies on that given floor. Not 100%, but I think that might be how it works. If so, then that means after like 5 or so battles, the odds of getting in a fight whenever you enter a new room in the Chrysler building is going to be like 10%. Oh, we could have killed before it got its attack off. Unfortunate. Now we're slowed, so it's going to be harder and harder to kill things. Yeah, I'm going to take tons of hits here. We're not getting bonus points from this fight. Oh my god, I hit the spider instead of the... Or I hit the snake instead of the spider. Oh, and we didn't one-shot the spider that time. Okay. And we stole items I didn't care about. Also, yeah, we are at the bullet cap by a massive margin right now. Yeah, I've been at 999 bullets, both in storage and inventory, for quite a while. Hmm. Is this going to dead end, or will it take us where we need to go? I don't think the stairs can be this direction, but they might be to the right. Yeah. Is this dead ends? Hopefully the stairs are right 2 more screens and north 1 screen. Hoping that's where they are. Oh, don't tell me it's a dead end. Oh, it's not. Yeah, okay. Turns north. Believe this is gonna be stairs then. Oh no. Turns right? Darn. They just turn north and go up to stairs. That's all I want. Well, it is turning north. I'll be honest, this feel effect on our club is kind of just getting on my nerves. I do have a super tool and I do have a club too, so I could actually remove the effect the next time I go back to the police precinct if I want. And I'm actually slightly tempted to. And it's so silly because it's not actually bad at all. It's just making us open our inventory to get rid of junk items more often. We are stealing a lot of like medicine 3s and other items I could potentially want. Ah, no, it's looping back to the left. So the stairs aren't anywhere near as close as I was hoping. Good to know. Ah. Yeah. No, it moved out of range just in time. Yeah. Okay. No, we can't believe we got hit by a web a second time. That's so embarrassing. Then we get poisoned. I'm at the point where I'm just face tanking the damage. I don't care. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think 8 medicine 3s is plenty to keep in our inventory, so for now that's all I'll leave. Anyway, we are currently following the north and now east wall. Okay, so yeah, I think it's gonna take me east here. Yep. Okay, so this is a map layout where the right-hand rule gets you to the item room very quickly and is very efficient if you care about that. But if you are wanting to skip item rooms, like say you're speed running, the right-hand rule would actually be bad for you in this layout. Or never mind, I could just be wrong. This doesn't even take me to the stairs. I am now completely flummoxed. Yeah. I'm using emulator speed up. I am sorry. Okay, yeah. So what I said is true. Wow, that actually made the right-hand rule even worse than I had thought. On that particular layout, anyway, in terms of finding stairs. So yeah, if you were doing a speed run, memorizing layouts could give you a ton of value on that particular layout. And remember, there's only like 30 or so potential layouts. So there's a decent chance you'll run to that layout maybe like twice in any given run. So if you were doing a speed run and you could save, say, a minute and a half by knowing about that particular layout, could happen multiple times in one run. You might find yourself saving 3 or more minutes. And it would be an interesting skill set to develop, like the ability to figure out what layout you are on after just like 3 or 4 rooms. I would really enjoy trying to do it. Back when I used to play Diablo 2 a lot, I actually learned a lot of patterns in map spawns because maps were randomized, but the randomization was fairly deterministic. So you could often spot patterns. And some people have, in the years, many years since the game came out, worked out what some of those patterns actually are and like written out entire documents and things like that. Me, I just picked up on it kind of intuitively as I played. But because I did, I was able to farm certain bosses a lot faster than I would have otherwise. And it wasn't just bosses, it was also areas. A big one was, what was it? Super chess in Act 3. Then keys, like when doing the Countess runs, or not Nithalock, because he's always. No, actually, Nithalock, yeah. Nithalock and Summer, both enemies, you would enter the floor in a central room, and then there would be like 4 different directions you could go to find the boss you were looking for. And there were a lot of distinct patterns that could help you tell which of the 4 paths the boss was down. So instead of on average having to explore like 2.5 paths or whatever the average would be, you would be able to get it down to like you'd only have to go 1.5 paths, effectively increasing your runtime by like 20% or something. Yeah, I used to play Diablo 2 way too much. I miss it though. I was not impressed by the remaster. When it first came out, I was somewhat hopeful for it. And I was very skeptical because on release they added a special item. What were they called? Not torches. Oh, Thunder Charms. That's what they were. Basically, they were special items that could let you remove immunities from enemies. So, like, if you were wanting to use a build that was all fire damage, you wouldn't get screwed over by enemies that are immune to fire. And the problem with that is that meant you only needed 1 damage type to kill everything in the game. Whereas in the original Diablo 2, you often would intentionally make your build more varied so that you had the ability to cover different situations. And I wasn't a big fan of that. But I was like, you know what? Okay, they did that. They also added some rune words that were just really strong. I felt like it kind of reduced the build diversity of the game. But I was like, okay, maybe it's going to be fine. This is, what they've done. It's not too big a change. But then in subsequent patches, they started adding more and more things. Now, the first one that was huge was they added the Mosaic Assassin, which just completely broke the assassin class, made it the most powerful thing in the game, bar none. Oh, unfortunate, didn't. So there was basically yeah, actually, I would say there was literally no reason to run any class but the assassin, assuming you already had the gear to make a character full build. Like, it was a build that required a lot of items, so if you were still new to the game, you might build something else instead, but once you were getting a decent number of strong items, you would never have a reason to play anything other than the assassin class. Other than, like, hey, I want to do it even though it's not as strong just because I enjoy it. Like, the quote-unquote no reason should never be taken to mean like, oh, well, you wouldn't just enjoy playing something else. But anyway, point is, they added the Mosaic Assassin. It became the strongest thing in the game, bar none. And I was like, okay, they are really screwing with the game balance in the remaster. Then they added a whole new class, the Warlock, and it was not balanced well at all. And I think they've tweaked it a few times to try to improve the balance. But yeah, every time I try to look into it and get into it a little, like play it a bit, I just get sad. I'm like, yeah, you guys are just making changes to an existing game, and all the changes make it worse. But anyway, I don't think Diablo 2 is super important to the stream. I'm just talking about it because I had nothing else to talk about right now. Right hand rule does mean we are currently following the north wall. After this battle, we will be following the west wall. Oh, I don't want to steal more cure poisons. Please stop. Yeah, normally I love stealing in games even when it's not very useful. But when you have limited inventory space, it can actually be annoying. Like in Final Fantasy games, I'll steal with like any character that can. Even though like most of the time I'll just get items that I either sell or let sit in my inventory for the rest of the game. And I don't mind that. Like I enjoy it. But because of the limited inventory space in this game, I'm actually kind of hating the steal command, and I might genuinely remove it from my weapon. I think that was 4 or 5 hits because I got staggered and just got stun locked because of it. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any bonus points from this battle. That's fine though. The worst part is we're not actually taking damage from these enemies. We're kind of at the point where our stats are high enough that we just shrug them off. 3 tools, 2 super tools. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the items I would want to use those super tools on in my inventory right now. So I have no way to get rid of them other than running all the way back to the NYPD, which would take forever. Now here's an interesting question. If we were to find the stairs up another floor, would it be worth running back and looking for the item room, or should we just take the stairs up? Like, we're on floor 25, we could come back here some other time if we wanted to. So if we really wanted an item that we didn't get from this floor, we would have the option of coming back for it. I'm honestly not sure. Like, if the stairs are in the direction we're currently headed, I think we'll just take the stairs up and not care that we're missing out on items. And then, you know, if we want, we can always come back to this floor and grab them. We will know which floor those items were on, so it's not a big deal. If we had to, like, revisit every floor to find the items, then it would suck. But no, we can just take the elevator to the exact floor we want. So, I don't know. Anyway, we went along the wall there, so now we're going east. Who knows, maybe the item room will be here. No. Real quick, let's just check if it's to the right. Nope, okay. I wanted to check just in case this way took me to the stairs. I don't think it will, but it might. Now this layout is definitely awkward for us. Is this going to be a dead end, or we got one more screen? Let's find out. Wow, that's a long path if it is a dead end. It's the item room. Nice. The right hand rule worked once again. That's exciting. Inventory is full. Wait, it's full? Oh, yeah, because I had pure M. Defense +1. We'll take that. And then let's see if we want to get rid of one of these guns. Rate of fire, critical percentage increase is cool, but I don't think we care that much. So let's just transfer the roll stats over. That'll clear up 2 inventory slots, one for the tool and one for the weapon. Now the question is, will the stairs be further to the left, or will we have to turn back around? Stairs might be right here. Oh my god, once again, I doubted the right-hand rule only for it to turn out to be perfect. I love it, I love it, I love it. Alright, I do think I need to run to the bathroom real quick, though. So, yeah, before I keep going, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I really need to urinate. So, I'll be right back. By the way, I do need to make this screen a bit better looking. I don't know what I want to do, but text on a plain black screen is pretty boring, so I should spice this up somehow. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, be back. It'll probably take 1 minute, maybe two. Yeah, that's so frustrating. Well, wait. Oh, I didn't realize I have a backup mic. Oh, my computer has one built in. The audio quality on it's gonna suck though, and quite frankly, I just I'm too annoyed. I don't want to talk, so I'm gonna actually mute that mic too for a bit. But yeah, as I said, my headset will be charged in like 10, 15 minutes, so audio will be back on then. Until then, we're gonna hop over into the museum. Alrighty. I b- hmm. My audio is not coming through my headset. Sorry. Try and debug this stupid. When I plug my headset back in, the mic seems to have switched over, but not. Uh, hmm. Well, how about now? No, it's so weird. Sorry, yeah, I'm not getting any audio through my headset. I'm not sure what's going on. Says the headset is online, that it's working. Oh, looks like my driver crashed when I plugged the headset adapter back in. Okay, I just gonna have to relaunch it. Never seen that before. Well, now I wonder how the audio sounds on the stream. I hate dealing with technical issues mid-recording or mid-session. Okay. Why is it not piping the game audio through my headset? It's audio came through the PC speakers. This is so frustrating. What the? What the? Let me try bringing up any other audio. Yeah. Let me try bringing up any other audio. Wait. Yeah, I hear the. If I bring up my stream in the internet browser, that comes through. Okay, I have to restart the game. Uh, when I brought up the stream in my internet browser, the audio from the stream was coming through my headset. So yeah, that is bizarre. Okay, yeah, and now okay, yeah, I think the game audio is coming through. Yeah, okay, so the game audio and the mic audio are both coming through the speaker or through the headset like they should. But yeah, for a moment there, the audio for the game was being piped through my computer speakers, while the audio for everything else was being piped to my headset. And I don't even know how that could happen. That's insane. But huh. Anyway, I hit level 30 in there, which is pretty good. Apparently, you get the pre-raise ability at level 30, so that's nice. We did save, so let's just go straight to the Chrysler building. We're running it back. Mind you, this time I'm going to be much more liberal with my use of the emulator speed up function, just because mimics are bull. So yeah, I apologize slightly. Oh wait, what am I doing? I didn't take the elevator up. That was stupid of me. I'm so tilted I just forgot. Yeah, we go back down the stairs, take the elevator to floor 20. But yeah, so the plan is going to be to we could even skip actually now that I think about it, now that we know the wait, see I didn't see a floor number on the screen. What? Okay. No. Okay, I hit the wrong button there. Oh yeah, there's the first floor. I swear it didn't say first floor or anything, but maybe I'm just tripping. But anyway, we could skip floor 26, the floor 26 floor, what do you call it, item room, because we know there's a mimic there now. Or we could go back and run it back and this time hope we kill it. I don't know. I'm so tilted right now though. And we do have a couple bonus levels and that should help a ton. Only because of the pre-raise ability. The stats for the levels are going to have almost no effect. No, I didn't mean to pick up medicine ones. But yeah, we lost 6 floors of progress, so that really hurt. I keep thinking that's a chest, but I guess it's not. This is though. And yes, I'm going to be very liberal with the emulator speed up function. I normally do not like using it, but I'm taking the, what do you call it, executive privilege or something. I am going to use it just because of how bull that actually was. Getting a game over in such a nonsensical manner is genuinely upsetting. Like, mimics realistically probably shouldn't spawn until like floor 40 or higher. They're just so massively overtuned compared to enemies on floor 11 or floor 26. The two spots we've faced them so far. Oh well. Oh no, we couldn't steal an item because we have too many other items. Woe is me, woe is me. I don't think you guys have anything we care about, but sure. I'm not even going to worry about clearing room my inventory to steal more stuff for now, because we've already fought all of these enemies and they had nothing worth stealing. I guess there was one mole that we stole from that had a revive. But I don't think moles spawn on these floors. I think they were the 10 floors below. So yeah, for now we'll only worry about clearing out inventory space if we get to its treasure room. Alright, and we are on floor 22, I believe? Yeah, it's floor 22, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, because 21 would have been the first floor in the new set, and we went upstairs one time, so we're on floor 20. Okay. God, I'm so tilted about those stupid frickin' mimics. It wouldn't have been so bad if I hadn't already died to them on floor 11. But that's just, come on, really? Every 10 floors, you can run into, like, one enemy that might kill you. Also, yes, if you have a gun that you are using, mimics are significantly easier. Alternatively, if you just have, what's it called? If you just have the Liberate spell, the mimics are a joke because you can use mimic or you can use the Liberate and it will one-shot all of the mimics. Well, I guess there's only one mimic, so technically true. The best kind of true. But yeah, single use to Liberate should one-shot any mimic, which means once you get to level 33 and unlock Liberate, mimics stop being any sort of threat. Based on that, I do think there's an argument that if you wanted to try to speedrun the Chrysler building, maybe you should get to level 33 first. I don't think that's necessary though, because in a speedrun you would have guns, and guns make mimics way easier. Big thing about mimics is they have very short range. So with guns, you can just stay away from them and you're mostly fine. Oh my. Oh god, the poison actually caught us. Okay. But yeah. I hate using the emulator speed up function. I imagine most people wouldn't care, but to me it just feels... I can't even explain it. It just... I feel like if I'm using anything that was not in the game, like if I'm using any sort of external tool, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. That took a minute longer than I expected it to. Wonder if the game was lagging or what. Well, so you can see with the emulator speed up function, just how big a difference decent movement speed would actually make to doing the Chrysler building. If you could have move around faster in Parasite Eve, like if you had the base speed of what you have when you cast the haste spell, the Chrysler building would not be a pain at all. Alright. And yeah, as we can see, we're getting basically no experience from these enemies. A single battle from the museum is worth more experience than like every battle between 26 and 30. I don't know what. Oh, right. I said 26 because that's the floor we died on. Why did I specify 26 of all numbers? But yeah, I got you. Hey, I remember this. We did the exact same thing before. We'll make sure we take one of those chests. That way, if we ever walk through this room again, we will know that we have previously looted it. Now, one drawback of putting items in chests, like when your inventory is full, is you can mislead yourself into thinking you haven't been there before. I have on occasion seen a chest that was closed and be like, oh cool, it's a new area or new room. And it was not. Oh right, I totally forgot. We actually got a bunch of bonus points. The bonus points we racked up while on floors 11 through 20 were awarded to us when we leveled up in the museum. And you know what? I am actually going to invest in item capacity, even though I normally never do. Wait, what? Oh. I did not realize this. We invested 200 bonus points into our item capacity to increase our number of inventory slots. And I think it gave us +1 inventory space. So I guess the item capacity upgrade doesn't scale linearly. So 1 point in the item capacity set does not translate to 1 point or 1 extra inventory slot. It probably does at low levels, but as you progress, it you start needing like 2 or 3 points in the stat to get extra inventory slot. I did not realize that, though I think I should have known. Actually, I think at some point in my life I actually did know that already, and I just forgot. But yeah, that makes putting bonus points into your item capacity stat even worse than it already would be, and it was already pretty dumb. Oh well, one more item slot would still be decent to have. Also, yes, I'm playing on an emulator, so sue me, I don't own a TV. I'm actually sad. What was the game? Chrono Cross. I think I bought a total of 4 separate times because between moving a bunch and things like that, I kept losing my copy. Parasite Eve, I think I only bought twice and I got a free copy one time. And I should still have the copy in a box somewhere. Yeah, I don't. Oh, right, I have a QRM. Ooh, offense +4. That's a huge pickup. Of course, it doesn't help us since we can't use guns, but still. Imagine just a single item gives you +4 damage on all attacks for the rest of the game. That's crazy valuable. Yeah, we have another cure poison. Alright, we will tune up weapon. Sure, why not? That'll free up a couple more slots as we get rid of 1 tool and 1 weapon, meaning we now have 26 out of 28 slots in use. And I'm still so sad that we found a rocket on floor, like, I think it was like floor 18 or so, somewhere around there. Because as soon as we got that rocket, we had a rocket crate put in our inventory, and there's no way to get rid of it. So now we have an item slot permanently devoted to a rocket crate that we have absolutely no use for. Oh, it didn't die in one hit. I thought it would. By the way, we did get +10 damage from the bonus points we spent, since we didn't spend them all on inventory space. So we have 6 medicine 3s, 3 medicine 4s. Good to know. Anyway, part of me is tempted to just skip that mimic fight on floor 26, but part of me wants to get revenge. And the worst part is the part of me that wants to get revenge knows that, yes, there is the very real possibility I will screw up and die again. And that small part of me is like, yeah, but it would be worth it. Like, yeah, but you could get revenge. You're mad. Realistically, revenge rarely helps anyone. Oh. Now we're on floor 25. By the way, once we get to the point where I died, I'll stop using the emulator speed up function. Oh, great. So we one-shot the plant. Yeah, without a critical hit, we don't one-shot the plant. Oh, dude, what is the next boss we fight? I know floor 77 is the final fight, of course, against Eve. Well, Eve version 2. Floor 70 is the Queen Bee fight. Floor 60 is the cockroach fight, I believe. So, I don't know about floor 30, 40, or 50. I think they are all rehashes of bosses you fought earlier in the game. I think floors 60 and 70 are the only new enemies beyond the final boss, but not 100%. Anyway, the reason I was thinking about that is I do wonder how difficult the boss is going to be. Because one very real possibility is we could skip the Mimic on 26 go ahead, beat the boss on floor 30, then save, take the, leave, save, come back, take the elevator up to floor 26, and go fight the Mimic. And I think that would probably be the most sensible option. That way we could get our revenge on the stupid Mimic, and we could do so without risking losing a ton of progress. So yeah, I think that's what we ought to do. Now, whether or not it's what we will do, I don't know. I can be as rational as anyone else. Wait, did we find the item room on this floor? I didn't think we had. Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to use this speed up function mid-combat if you're not paying attention. You know what? Screw it. I don't even care. We can come back to floor 25 and floor 26 if we need. Oh, that's right. I forgot. When we left and came back, it would have, well, reloaded because we got a game over. And then came back, it would have reset the map layout. So yeah, the treasure room on floor 25 is going to be in a different spot there than where it was the last time we came through here. Aha. Yeah, so this is one of the few map layouts where the right-hand rule doesn't necessarily give you the best outcome. I mean, it doesn't give you a bad outcome. It takes you directly to the stairs. It just does so without getting you to the... One sec. Okay, yeah, we want to save this one. Okay, it just does so without getting you to the item room first. Okay, that frees up another item slot. And defense +1 is huge. We definitely want that. Yeah, for the most part, the right-hand rule works really well. And it will absolutely get you everything you want on every floor. You will always get to the item room, and you will always get to the stairs by following it. But every now and then, you will get to the stairs before you get to the item room. And so that can be a bit of an issue. I think it's fine, though, personally. And I have to decide if I want to try killing that Mimic or not. On the one hand, I know it's entirely irrational to try. On the other hand, I'm so tilted by the fact I died to that stupid frickin' thing. Wait, why am I killing the plant first? I should be killing the spiders first. They're the ones that can slow me. Oh, good news is it didn't really matter. Critical hits meant we one-shot everything. Okay. So now we're on floor 26. Alright, right-hand rule means we're following the south wall. Ah! My attack is so slow! I still think it's so weird that the attack animation of a club is so slow, given that the ATB bar fills up twice as fast when you have a club as when you have a gun. Like, why would holding a pistol make your ATB bar fill up way slower, yet also make you attack faster? Such a weird dynamic. I don't understand it, but oh. Now, if I were going to mod this game, I think I would change the attack speed of the club from what I believe is a 1.1 second delay to something more like 0.6 second delay. That would make it slightly slower than a pistol, but not by much. On the one hand, it is completely irrational to come in here to fight a stupid mimic. I don't even think there's anything to be gained. I think I'll get like a tool from one chest. That's it. But I'm mad and I'm going to do something stupid and quite possibly get a game over because of it. Instead, we cast free raise. No! Haha! I revived. Then we'll use medicine free. Dude, it moves so fast. That's what throws me off. Yeah, why did I come in here? It was so irrational of me. That said, that's one hit. And we dodged the next. I don't have enough parasite energy to use free raise yet, but I should soon. No! Okay, yeah. Okay, not quite yet, but we dodged another attack. Come on, come on. No free raise yet. No! Okay, we have a revive. We have a revive, so this is fine. This is fine. By the way, I am being absolutely stupid fighting this guy. I should not have attacked there. I should have waited until I had free raise again. But hey, we got there. All it cost us was a revive, a medicine, well, 2 medicines freeze, and my, not integrity, but my, what would you call that even? Like, my sense of pride? Wait, no, I didn't mean to equip it. I meant to compare the stats on them. I cannot believe I actually bothered to fight that thing again. There was no reason to. That was so dumb. Anyway, well, we have auto potion here. So stat-wise, this new armor sucks. Let's just be clear. But oh wait, that's not the new armor. This is CM jacket is new. CM protector is okay. 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 Ah, 42, 48, 32. Yeah. Which one would I rather keep around is my question. 36, 48, 29. Well, real quick, we can just compare this one. So yeah, that is the stronger of the two. So I think we want to keep this around. So what I'm going to do is I'll use the super tool to move the auto potion from the CM protector over to SP suit. And then I'll move the stats over as well. Okay. And that will free up a few item slots. So, hey, I mean, on the one hand, yes, it was absolutely stupid that I bothered to fight this mimic. That was purely pride and ego, and I'm just silly. On the other hand, it worked out okay. We did lose our only revive, I think. Or do we have another? No, we did not have another. Okay, so we did lose our only revive to do that, and that kind of sucks. But in exchange, we found that armor, which let us use one super tool, one tool, get some extra stats, and put auto potion on our armor. So that's a decent little boost in our power. And it also freed up some inventory spot. While losing the revive wasn't necessarily good, getting rid of it did mean we free up one item slot. We also freed up 2 item slots from the tool and super tool. Technically, we freed up an item slot from getting rid of the armor, but since we had just picked up that armor, it's kind of net neutral. And we did use a couple medicines freeze, so yeah. We have quite a few inventory slots open now. That's cool. Now, the only way we get punished is if we die before we can go save again. So, if we run into another mimic and it kills us, well, then we got punished. If we get to the floor 30 boss and it kills us, which I think is incredibly unlikely, but if that happens, then we get punished. Otherwise, killing the mimic actually worked out well. Also, it is worth remembering that while the enemies we fight aren't giving us any meaningful amount of experience, we are earning bonus points for pretty much all of our battles. There may be some battles where we get hit so many times we get 0 bonus points, but those are going to be few and far between. Usually we'll be getting at least a few. That's why when we leveled up the last time, we wound up with like 1,200 bonus points. I think we did have a couple hundred before the level, but yeah. It's interesting because to farm experience, you want to fight the strongest enemy you can, typically. Whereas to farm bonus points, it's often better to fight weaker enemies. I actually enjoy that dynamic. Alright, so we're on floor 26, and we're close, I think, to the stairs to 27. I think there might be right up here. And I'm not going to use the emulator speed up function because we did get back to the spot where I had died before. By the way, I think it's interesting that these snakes don't poison us, but they do have the cure poison item as a steal. Not sure why the game would be that way. I honestly thought they would be poisonous snakes until actually it would be venomous snakes. Until I got hit by a bunch of them, never got poisoned. For what it's worth, the reason I mentioned venomous is technically there's a difference between venomous and poisonous, which is venomous means you will get sick if they bite you. Poisonous means you'll get sick if you bite them. Now, both of you are going to bite each other. I mean, hey, just don't do it in public. I ain't going to kink shame you, but I don't want to watch. No! I thought I could kill it before it got its attack off. I was mistaken. Anyway, hey, no, get back here! The frickin' thing. Okay. We stole a bunch more curative items. I don't think we need them. Yeah, I'll discard whatever I've stolen, but I'm gonna wait till I find the next item room, probably. That way I'm not constantly opening my inventory to get rid of items. But anyway, we've only had 2 game overs, and if that's all we take in the first 30 floors, I'm okay with it. Like, yeah, I would have rather not get any game overs, but I mean, we're doing a no gun run, and we're fighting our way through on a first new game plus mode. So we're not doing any extra runs to grind. I'd say just being able to beat the Chrysler building would be a heck of an accomplishment. Getting a bunch of game overs in the process would be totally fun. Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah. Dude, we should have gone to the police department to give Wayne our rare trading cards. I don't know how many you have to get or how many you have to give to him before he gives you a reward, but I think we might have enough to get the first reward, whatever it is. It's been so long since I've done it, I genuinely don't remember what the rewards are. Okay, so this has lower physical defense but higher magic defense, higher crit rate. See, and I just transferred my auto potion over. I hate that I did now. Hmm. 3 less physical defense for 9 more magical defense is just good. So, yeah, I think we do switch armor, and I just accept that we wasted a super tool. It sucks, but honestly, we're getting enough super tools, and I'm not using weapon or guns, so it's fine. If I was using guns, I would be a lot more conservative with what I used my tools on, or rather my super tools on. So yeah, we did lose 3 physical defense, but in exchange, we gained a bunch of magical defense, 1 point of critical hit evasion, and resistance to the blind status ailment. Not that that part really matters. And we just have 2 more floors after this, and we'll be on the boss floor. The reason I distinguish between them is I believe boss floors are linear, so they're not like mazes where you have to worry about which way you go. I think they're always just a straight line with bends. But yeah, we might not get bonus points from this. We got hit a ton. Okay, that worked. But yeah, my goal is to beat the entire Chrysler building without using the Liberate spell. I don't know if I'll actually succeed, but that is my goal. And to do it at level 37 or lower. Because if I get to level 38, then it would be super easy to just get to level 99. And that would be an insane spike in strength. And it would only be possible because of tons of grinding for experience. Yeah, it may sound weird to talk about, but I kid you not, level 38 is one of the longest grinds in the entire game. I'm pretty sure you can get 300 junk for the junk weapon 2 or 3 times before you can get to level 38. Might even be a larger margin than that. I lost track of which wall we were following. I think it was the right wall. Hmm. Now, I might have mixed up which wall we were following, so we might not actually be abiding by the right-hand rule. Hopefully I didn't. But yeah, the mimics are definitely frustrating. They are something I'll have to think about. Oh, wait. That's the floor down. Yeah, I must have somehow got myself turned around. Okay. Yeah, we already did this, right? Oh, yeah, I think I went the wrong direction when I left the treasure room. I think that's what happened. I think I went left instead of right. Yeah, I shouldn't be using the speed up function like I am. I'm sorry. I said it then immediately did it again. There's no inherent rule thing I can't do it. It's just a personal rule, so. But yeah, the Chrysler building definitely can be tedious, I think is the best way to put it. A lot of the quote-unquote difficulty of it is more the tedium and the endurance it requires than anything else. That said, endurance challenges are real challenges. Like, hey, walking 1,000 miles isn't actually difficult. Wait, no, I see what happened. Hold on. Yeah, this takes us back to... I think... One sec. I think this might be a case where the right-hand rule doesn't work. Oh my god, I need a test. If it is, that's so crazy. It'd be like the only time I've run into where it doesn't work. Come on. Is it? Yeah, okay. So either I'm just screwing up a lot, or the right-hand rule doesn't work here. Oh my god, I see what's happening. I think. Let me go south and then double check what I'm thinking before I talk. Because I've already said some incorrect things. Yeah, I don't care about you guys, just die, please. Okay. So this should be to the stairs now, right? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, never mind. See how I'm making a giant... Okay. So we go out of the stairs, wind up going left, but we're following the right-hand rule, so we come over here to the right. When we do, we hit the treasure room, we go past it, keep following the right-hand rule. Yeah! Oh my god, okay. So there is one, as far as I know, there's only one exception to where the right-hand rule does not guarantee you will solve a maze. And that is if you are on what is called an island. Easiest way to see an island is imagine you had a enclosed area, like one grid is just surrounded by walls. Oh, I just want to see, yeah, okay. Yep, that's what it is, okay. Oh my god, so there's one map layout where the right-hand rule doesn't work. Okay. Anyway, what I was saying is, imagine you have like a room. Just one square, 4 walls. Imagine now you are in a maze and you want to solve the maze. You start off next to that room. You put your hand on the wall of the room and you're like, well, as long as I follow the right-hand rule, I'm guaranteed to solve the maze. You go around the room, and wait, I didn't solve the maze. What happened? Well, that room is what we call an island. That is, it is a room where the walls are not connected to the walls of the rest of the maze. One second. Basically, the right-hand rule is built on the premise that the wall you are touching when you start the maze is in fact connected to the wall the exit or whatever you're looking for is on. So, as long as that premise holds true, the rule works. You can follow the wall you are touching or connected to, however you want to look at it, and you will eventually reach every point connected to the same wall. The problem with the rule is, if you have what is called an island, then you can have it where 2 walls in a maze are never actually connected, no matter how long you follow them. And in that case, you have what happened here, which is a route or a map layout where the exit and entrance do not share a wall. And as such, the right-hand rule fails. And this is much easier to understand if you look at it visually. Let's go look for the treasure room, though. But yeah, if you look at it visually, it's easy to understand. But anytime you're looking at a maze or anything else you want to navigate through, just imagine, look at what things are connected to what other things. The idea is very simple. If two things are connected by one wall, then no matter, it may take forever, but eventually following that wall will lead you to from one to the other. That's just how it is. No matter how long it takes, if two things are connected, following the path that connects them will eventually bring you from one to the other. The way you break that in a maze is to have what are called islands, where to the entrance and exit or whatever you're interested in are not connected to the same set of walls. And that happened in this layout, and I didn't know it was possible in Parasite Eve. That's interesting. Okay, there's the treasure room. But yeah, I'm actually really glad I discovered it. I mean, it sucks that it took extra time, and yes, I started using the speed up function to test it some more. Oh, we had already found the room. I didn't realize that. But anyway, I am glad we discovered it because that is an important lesson to know. If I did ever decide to speedrun this, or if anyone else ever did, they would want to make sure they were aware of layouts that break the right-hand rule. And this may well be the only map layout that does. We have all the potential maps of floors in the Chrysler building printed out in multiple different guides and online sources. So it would be possible to check how many break the right-hand rule, but I do think that layout we were just on may be the only one that ever does. If so, it's a really cool discovery. I'm sad though, my faith in the right-hand rule got broken. It took, what, like 20 floors for it to happen? Yeah, we had like 20 floors where it worked out wonderfully, and then one time finally broke down. Oh, so now that we're not testing that anymore, I am going to stop using emulator speedup. Also, I am going to, I don't know if I'll do it after the stream or when, but I am definitely going to look up the map layouts that are posted online and see if I can find which one I was just on, and then check if there are any other ones like it, where the entrance to the map is on an island and thus is not connected to the exit. Because that's such a weird thing. Even in normal maze construction, that is incredibly uncommon. It's also impossible if you're following the rules of maze construction, where the entrance and exit must be at the ends, like on edges of the maze. Like, no matter how big a maze, if it's on a square grid or rectangular grid, the entrance and exit both being on the outside edges of the grid, it is impossible to create an island like we ran into. The only reason it worked in this case is that the entrance to the stage didn't have to be on one of the outer edges of the map. I mean, you could do the same thing by putting the exit on an island, but functionally there's no difference between whether the entrance or exit is on the edge or on an island. But one of the two must be true for the right-hand rule not to work. I don't think most people would care, but to me, it's like such a cool experience, just in a nerdy sense of I can't think of a time I've ever encountered that in a maze before. Huh. Genuinely, I don't remember ever running into that situation in a maze. Wait, is this to the stairs down? Or, I don't think this should be. Alright. I like that we've gone down to 563 health. Yeah. The fact that enemies deal damage rather than dealing 0 damage does not seem very relevant right now. Anyway, after today's stream, I do think I might take a small break from the Chrysler building. Maybe I'll play a different game just to unwind. Only because this is very grindy, and yeah, it can be draining to go through. That said, it would be a lot less grindy if I didn't game over and lose like 6 maps worth of progress. Yeah. So I'm just mentioning that tomorrow I'll be streaming again, but I might stream a different game. Or I might even just stream Parasite Eve for a couple hours and a different game for a couple hours. Or, and I don't think this will be the case because I think I need a lot more time to theorycraft, but I might even try speedrunning Parasite Eve. Pretty sure I'm not ready to start working on like speedrun ideas for the Chrysler building, but okay. Offense +1, range +4. Not a very good treasure room for us since those are only 4 done. But whatever. And we'll pick up one more item. Oh wait, there was another chest, wasn't it? Oh no, never mind. The second chest is here. I keep thinking this is a chest when it's not. Anyway, we want to make sure we open one chest at least in every room. Well, leave an item in. Blah, blah, blah. We want to make sure at least one chest is open when we leave the room, which means we can't put items in all the chests after we open them. The reason being that will make it so if we ever have to come back to the floor for some reason and we enter that room, we'll be able to see that, yes, we have in fact been here before. Anyway, this is the last non-boss floor for the current set of floors, so that's exciting. Also, I was thinking about something. We faced one mimic on floor 11 and one mimic on floor 26. That was in a separate set of floors, as in floors 11 through 20 are one set, 21 through 30 are another. I wonder if maybe there's one mimic for every 10 floors. So then, between floor 31 and 40, there would be one floor that has one mimic. And that would be it. It wouldn't surprise me if that's how it worked. So that would be good knowledge to have. It would also mean that there's no chance of us running into a mimic before the next boss fight. I don't want to count on that because who knows, but if true, that would be quite nice. Grenade launchers suck. I don't know why you would ever use them. But I only have one tool in my inventory, so for now... Wait. Yeah. For now, I will go ahead and keep the grenade launcher right then. Okay. For a second there, I was worried I had accidentally transferred my armor instead of a QRM over, but no. Yeah, now I'm curious just what the speedrun of Parasite Eve is like. I should look that up on YouTube after I finish streaming, when I'm unwinding. I know I wouldn't be good at it because I'm just not well suited for speedrunning. I've never been good at stuff like precise movement or precise menuing. So I would lose too much time on the like small stuff, like walking to the right spot, navigating the menus quickly, all that sort of stuff. I would be slow at. I think I'd be fine at the actual fighting part of the run, but we'll heal up. And this is not the way to the boss floor, so we'll come back. Now we have to turn to the right. We should be following the south wall. We will walk past the item room and keep following the south wall. Now we turn right. Now we are following the west wall. Turn right again. We are following the north wall. Wait, are there no snakes? I thought we'd see some snakes coming in from the side of the screen, but oh, I don't see any. Okay. That actually caught me off guard. By the way, if you want to farm bonus points, there is an enemy in the Chrysler building that is worth 250 bonus points. I think it doesn't spawn until floor 61 or higher, though. It's a squirrel enemy. If I remember right, it shoots this giant laser beam, which is kind of cool. But yeah, the reason it's worth so many bonus points is they're pretty hard to kill. Wait, am I going the wrong way? I don't think I got turned around, did I? Don't think so, but it's possible. Anyway, they are fairly hard to kill. Mostly because I think I remember them being quite fast and they deal pretty good damage. But if you can kill them efficiently, especially the Liberate spell helps a ton. Oh cool, this is the right way. You can get 250 a piece, and I believe they can spawn into like 3 a battle. I don't remember the exact number, but yeah. If you ever want to farm bonus points, figuring out where they spawn, which I'm pretty sure is just floor 61 and up, and then farming them there is huge. It just comes down to making sure you can farm quickly. Oh, I think they also flee battles if you don't kill them quickly enough. So I think there's kind of like a timer on how long you have to kill them. I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I actually fought them. I'm only thinking about them because I was thinking about how many bonus points we've maybe earned between floor 21 and 30. And I was thinking like, oh man, if I could fight those squirrels, I could get the same amount of bonus points in like 1 or 2 battles. We get hit here. Wait, the spider didn't hit us? I thought it was... Oh, it didn't launch its web attack. How did we kill the spider before it launched its web attack? I was sure it was going to get that thing off. I don't know, but I'll take it. I'll take it. That's actually really good for us. Okay, so there should be a treasure room and an elevator before we meet the boss. The treasure room might have something useful. I don't know. We will need to remove a couple items like Cure M's or Cure P's. I'm trying to remember. What did M actually stand for? Like, mobilization? We had an armor that gave us resistance to the M status effect. And I don't remember what it said. I think it said stiffness. Yeah, it did. It said, like, resist stiffness. So, why would that be Cure M, I wonder? Seems to me it should be, like, Cure S. Also, we killed the spider before it got its web attack off again, and this time I noticed what happened. It reared back like it was going to spit the web, but we killed it right before the web got out, and that's how we avoided getting hit. Nice. Good to know. Anyway, we found a medicine spree, so I didn't grab that. But yeah, we should find the elevator very soon. I believe the storage room will be either right before or right after it. And then once we found both, we'll know the boss is just a little ways ahead. Because I think the boss is only like 3 screens after the elevator. I think it's actually pretty consistent where boss floors are incredibly linear. There's no like branching path. And then the elevator is always just a couple screens before the boss. The reason for that being so it's easy to kill the boss, then backtrack to the elevator and leave to save. Let's heal up. Yeah. Having 573 health is so nice compared to having the, what was it, 335 when we're doing floors 1 through 10. Ah! We weren't able to kill that one fast enough. So we didn't get the same effect as Floors 4 where we killed it before the weapon sat out. Okay, I don't know that we're getting any bonus points from this fight. We got hit a bunch of times and one more time there. But also, look at the experience we need. We still need 16,000. If I remember right, when we first got to floor 21, we needed like 18,000. So I think for 10 floors, we got about 2,000 experience. Wait, oh. It's like, wait, is this going to be the boss room? I don't think we found the item or the elevator rooms. Yeah, elevator, then this should be the item room. Wait, it's a branching path? I guess I'm wrong. Maybe boss rooms or boss floors can have branching paths. I didn't think they could. Now I'm intrigued. I wonder if it's just so it has a spot to put the treasure room at. Okay, nope, there's another mimic. I had posited that maybe there's only one mimic per 10 floors. We now know that to be false. Let's cast pre-raise. Oh god, this could end bad for us. Please let us survive. No, no. Okay, pre-raise saved us. Thank god, thank god, thank god. Oh god, if I die again, I'm going to be so mad. Putting a mimic on the boss floor is cruel. Okay, yeah. No, wait, what? How was I close to... Okay, I cry. I... Okay, okay. I, I give up. I accept it. The game beat me. I'm just going to go cry. Why would you put a mimic on the boss floor? I did 10 floors. I killed one mimic. I was not ready for a second. All I had to do was go kill the boss, save, come back, and then I could have dealt with the mimic. Because then I could have gone back to NYPD and picked up a revive item to let me kill the mimic. I just need one revive and then the fight's manageable. I am so... I definitely could have played the fight well enough that I survive. So yes, on the one hand, it's a skill issue. On the other hand, I've fought what 3, 4 mimic fights now. I still need a lot of practice to get familiar with it. So yeah, the fact mimics hit that hard is just so mind-boggling to me that they would put them on floors this early. And then they put one on 26, one on 30. I burnt my only revive on 26. Couldn't run back to town to or to the NYPD to pick up another revive without wasting tons of time. Then they put it on floor 30. Like, God, why would you do that? All right. Well, hey, the good news is we did make 10 floors of progress today. So we got, another 10 floors up the Chrysler building. We did also make progress in the main campaign, getting all the way to the museum, picking up levels, some equipment, you know, whatever. We're on this too, so yay, that's cool. We also learned a fair bit of stuff. I'm and came up with an interesting idea of trying to speedrun Chrysler building. So all in all, today's a relatively good day. That said, mimics are bullshit, and I am a little tilted. So I'm gonna end the stream here. I will be back tomorrow. No guarantee I'm playing Parasite Eve. I may take a day off because mimics have tilted me out of my mind. No, not they haven't tilted me out of my mind. They've just upset me enough I don't feel like playing right now. So we might play something else instead tomorrow. We'll just see. That said, thanks to anyone who stopped by, anyone who lurks, anyone who happens to catch this in a VOD or on YouTube. I hope you're all having a good day, and I will see you when I see you. Bye.